All right.
Oh, yeah. Yours is not.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Senator Ben Hansen. I represent the 16th Legislative District in Washington, Burt, Cumming, and parts of Stanton counties, and I serve as chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I would like to invite the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting on my right with Senator Ballard.
Bo Ballard, District 21, Northwest Lincoln and Northern Lancaster County.
Lynn Walz, Legislative District 15. I'm just so glad it's Friday today. Sorry. Legislative District 15, which is Dodge County and Valley.
Brian Harden, District 48, Kimball, Banner, Scottsbluff counties.
Michaela Kavanaugh, District 6, West Central Omaha, Douglas County. Also glad that it's Friday.
Merv Riepe, District 12, which is Southwest Omaha and Ralston.
Okay, also assisting the committee is our legal counsel, Benson Wallace, and our committee clerk, Christina Campbell, and our committee pages for this afternoon are Peyton and Delaney. A few notes about our policy and procedures. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. We will be hearing 3 bills and we'll be taking them in the order listed on the agenda outside the room. On each of the tables near the doors to the hearing room, you will find green testifier sheets. If you're planning to testify today, please fill one out and hand it to Christina or one of the pages when you come to testify. This will help us keep an accurate record of the hearing. If you are not testifying at the microphone but want to go on record as having a position on a bill being heard today, there are white sign-in sheets at each entrance where you may leave your name and other pertinent information. Also, I would note if you are not testifying but have an online position comment to submit, the legislature's policy is that all comments for the record must be received by the committee by noon the day prior to the hearing. Any handouts submitted by testifiers will also be included as part of the record as exhibits. We would ask if you do have any handouts that you please bring 10 copies and give them to the page. We use a light system for testifying. When you testify, you will have 5 minutes to testify. When you begin, the light will be green. When the light turns yellow, that means you will have 1 minute left. When the light turns red, it is time to end your testimony, and we will ask that you wrap up your final thoughts. When you come up to testify, please begin by stating your name clearly into the microphone, and then please spell both your first and last names. The hearing on each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, we will hear from supporters of the bill, then from those in opposition, followed by those speaking in a neutral capacity. The introducer of the bill will then be given the opportunity to make closing statements if they wish to do so. On a side note, the reading of testimony that is not your own is not allowed unless previously approved, and we do have a strict no prop policy in this committee. So with that, we'll begin the hearing with LB 430 and welcome up Senator Walz to open. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen and fellow members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Lynn Walz, Lynnewalz, and I serve District 15, which is Dodge County and Valley. In 2021, this committee advanced LB 100 unanimously, which provided protection for continued access to occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech pathology services in the state of Nebraska's Medicaid managed care system. Since this bill became law, these professions have not had the issue of dramatic payment reductions for their services. LB 100 prohibited the use of multiple provider payment reduction, or MPPR. If MPPR had been implemented in our Medicaid system, it would have made it very difficult for these providers to continue to serve low-income Nebraskans and their children. Now I'm coming back with a similar bill to restrict this multiple provider payment reduction, but on the private insurer side. Implementing MPPR on the private insurer side will impact a huge portion of Nebraskans' access to care. This bill is about access to health care, and I would contend that rehabilitative services are much less costly than a knee replacement, a back surgery, or a lifetime loss of employment because someone can no longer work. In addition, these services are also critical to reducing the need for opioids long-term for patients with chronic pain. MPPR is a policy that reduces rates paid to providers when multiple procedures are delivered to the patient on the same date of service. This bill focuses only on 3 rehabilitative healthcare services: physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech pathology, because this is where the problem of reimbursement mainly lies. During our discussions on LB 100, I had anticipated that there may be other providers that are concerned that such a policy may be implemented for their services at some point. Although larger facilities and clinics can perhaps sustain this model for a long period of time, smaller clinics will have difficulty sustaining patients that have an insurer that implements this policy and could consider closing altogether. Additionally, I would like to note that my staff has spoken with the Nebraska Insurance Federation in regards to how this would affect ERISA, which are self-funded plans that are governed by the federal government. We can provide additional language to distinguish only plans the state can govern to clarify the intent of the bill. There are providers coming up behind me that will go into detail on how this works in practice and the impact it has on our patients. Unfortunately, I do have to run after I get done opening, so I will waive my closing. I would be happy to answer any questions you have now, but if you have questions following the hearing, please feel free to send my office an email and I will get you an answer as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and we will start with our first testifier in support of LB 430. Hello.
Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Nick Weber, Nickweber. I'm a physical therapist and currently serve as president of the Nebraska chapter of the American Physical Therapy Association. I'm here today on behalf of over 1,400 physical therapists, assistants, and student members of our association to speak in support of LB 430. Physical therapists are licensed healthcare professionals with expertise in movement analysis and work to restore function and movement for people with many conditions, including those affecting muscles, joints, bones, and nerves. We help people safely manage pain and recover from injury, illness, or surgery. This frequently requires multiple visits over an extended period of time as the practice of physical therapy works in conjunction with the healing process. Like other medical billing practices, physical therapy billing relies on matching services rendered with standardized codes known as CPT codes. They let insurers and other parties know exactly what treatments a patient received. Therapy services are labor intensive and most services are reimbursed based on time spent actively treating a patient. Any reduction of reimbursement affects our ability to pay rent for clinic space, maintain a qualified staff, and afford practice expenses for things like electronic health records and technology for telehealth services. Almost exactly 2 years ago to the day, my predecessor sat here to speak in support of a similar bill that prohibited multiple procedure payment reduction policy, abbreviated MPPR, from being utilized by the managed care organizations in the Nebraska Medicaid system. That bill passed on final reading by an unopposed vote and was signed into law by Governor Ricketts in 2021. Unfortunately, just 18 months later, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska, the state's largest private health insurer, implemented that same policy unilaterally. MPPR was originally designed to avoid duplicate payment for practice expenses when multiple procedures were delivered to the same patient on the same date of service. Each procedure code is reimbursed based on a relative value unit, or RVU, which includes three components: the actual work performed by the provider, the practice expense, and the malpractice insurance overhead costs. MPPR policy results in only paying 50% of the practice expense part of the RVU for any subsequent units of service after the first unit. This results in approximately 10 to 20% reduction in payment for therapy providers treating patients with a health insurer like Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska. The utilization of this is both unfair and flawed because the practice expense for therapy services was already reduced per unit when the codes were reevaluated in 2017 by the American Medical Association's Relative Value Committee. Therefore, an additional cut to the practice expense of therapy service codes is in itself duplicative. So Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska implemented this unjustified policy during an already precarious time for healthcare workers. We are battling inflation, healthcare worker shortages, and an economic slowdown. At first glance, you might see this as an only provider issue. It is not. This is sure to have ramifications on the accessibility to therapy services in lower socioeconomic regions of the metropolitan and rural areas of Nebraska. When access to care changes so dramatically, patients delay the start of care or fail to complete their plan of care. As a result, Opioid usage, patient falls, surgical readmissions, emergency room visits, and imaging costs all increase. This bill will ensure that Nebraskans do not lose access to the conservative care they deserve. As such, I strongly ask you to prioritize LB 430 and advance this bill into the general file to be debated and voted on. On behalf of ABT Nebraska, I thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? See? Oh, she snuck it in there. You're almost off the hook. Good. Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So what is happening, what this bill seeks to undo is if you have multiple services when you go in, like physical therapy, speech pathology, you're not being charged if you had them individually. You're being charged a reduced amount because you're having them in one visit.
Yeah, so traditionally in physical therapy, a patient's in our care for 45 to 60 minutes, and roughly every 15 minutes is a unit. So what this is doing is after that first 15-minute block, they're reducing the reimbursement for the practice expense portion by 50% for every unit thereafter. So it's going to encourage providers to either shorten the time they spend with the patient and then put the burden on that patient to come more frequently, thus exhausting their patient visits they're allotted for the year, or kind of take it in the shorts and just see the patient for the time that they actually deserve and figure out how to maintain their staff and keep their doors open.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Hardin.
Have you done the math to determine at what threshold you no longer entertain Blue Cross as a provider?
No, not myself, but as it being that patient population being the largest in the state, you're talking about a huge percentage of patients not. And so small businesses may have to make that decision. And what that would do is then drive those patients to larger, probably hospital systems, okay? Which is counterintuitive in regards to saving costs because small practices don't get reimbursed at the same rates as large hospital systems. So for that same patient receiving the same care, the insurance company is going to have to pay more for that patient to get the same services, just being at a larger facility.
I can follow up. So a smaller community like mine in Scotts Bluff might see more of what you just described faster than an area like Lincoln or Omaha.
I would suspect that, yes.
Thank you.
If I can ask a question.
Yeah.
Why 15-minute units? You just because the way that CPT codes are laid out, you can't do a 30-minute or
Correct.
charge for a 45-minute as a whole or as a block.
It works on the 8-minute rule, very similar to Medicare.
Okay. And there's no way to change that? That's up to the insurance company?
Correct.
Or it's up to CPT codes, a federal kind of thing?
It's everybody follows mostly the CMS rules.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you. All right, any other questions?
All right.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take our next testifier in support.
So these
Good afternoon. Senator Hansen and committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Mary Walsh, spelled MaryWalsh-Sterup. And I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and as an occupational therapist working in the state of Nebraska. I am in support of LB 430. I'm currently an occupational therapist. I work for Central Nebraska Rehabilitation Services. We have a private practice and 13 outpatient clinics. But I also serve in an appointed position through the American Occupational Therapy Association to the American Healthcare Professional Advocacy Committee to the Relative Value Update, a division of the American Medical Association. Since the early 1990s, most commercial payers, as Nick had indicated, use CPT codes and resource-based values to determine reimbursements based on the cost of providing each specific service. The cost of providing each service is defined by these individual CPT codes. And for therapy practices, because CPT has defined them, all of our codes are based on 15-minute increments. And so we don't have the ability outside of our evaluations and very limited codes to bill
a continuous service. Everything is based in 15 minutes and a variety of different CPT codes. Each one of these CPT codes is divided into 3 components: physician work, practice expense, and professional liability insurance. The HCPAC, or the Healthcare Professional Association, a division of the AMA RUC, is responsible then for determining the relative value of each one of these CPT codes for therapy by adding the 3 components. Updates to these values are based on recommendations and a structured resource-based methodology outlined by the American Medical Association. During the AMA's RUC 2017 reevaluation of the 19 commonly used therapy codes, the RUC established the updated values based on the perceived presumption that duplication of the practice expense when more than one 15-minute increment of the codes were provided. This update addressed the multi-procedure payment reduction policy, or the MPPR. The MPPR, as they indicated, reduces the practice expense of the second and subsequent codes provided on the same date of service. In essence, the issue here is that the AMA RUC, when they evaluated the codes, already applied the MPPR to these codes. Thus, anyone that would be applying the MPPR further is only duplicating this policy and further reducing the codes. An example of the reduced PE reductions when a third party pays is if you look at the practice expense often goes over like cleaning and equipment. The other thing to note is if you have equipment for this CPT code, it's a completely different set of equipment for this CPT code and so on. But cleaning would be something that would be duplicated. So based on standard RUC survey and standard guidelines, cleaning a room and equipment after a procedure requires 3 minutes. The AMA RUC, when they value these codes, reduced that time to 1 minute to account for the multiple procedures being applied, thus applying the MPPR already to the code value. Furthermore, if you analyze what's actually contained in the practice expense, the true duplication is only 5%, opposed to the 50% that is currently being applied to the practice expense, indications that this is purely an arbitrary number. Applying the MPPR to a standard therapy visit of 4 units results in about an 18% reduction in reimbursement to the provider. Since the reduction to the practice expense has already occurred through the structured RUC HCPAC process and is reflected in the overall value of these codes, we feel that further reduction through MPPR causes unnecessary harm to the provider community and ultimately limits access to medically necessary care for individuals needing therapy services in Nebraska. Again, thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? There's not any questions. Thank you for testifying. We'll take our next testifier in support of LB 430. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Senator Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Melissa Kimmerling, MELISSA KIMMERLING, and I'm an occupational therapist here in Nebraska. I'm here today on behalf of the Nebraska Occupational Therapy Association and its members as the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy for the association. NOTA would like to ask you to support LB 430 by advancing it to general file. As you have heard from the proponents speaking before me, LB 430 aims to restrict the implementation of this multiple procedure payment reduction, or MPPR policy, to occupational, physical, and speech language pathology services. As you have heard, and to reintegrate because we know it's so confusing, MPPR was designed to avoid those duplicate payments for practice expenses when multiple procedures are delivered to the same patient on the same day of service. Originally, it was created for something like surgeries, and it's our belief that it's misapplied when applied to therapy services because it was already taken into account when the reimbursement for therapy services was determined in the first place. Our services almost always involve delivering multiple procedures to the same client on the same day as we bill those timed units. And as you heard before, we have no control in the fact that that is the system in which we operate. We bill for those minutes spent with our clients in increments of about 15, and each 15-minute increment is then assigned a procedure code. It would be very uncommon for someone to drive to therapy services to participate in an appointment that was only 15 minutes in duration. As you've heard, most therapy sessions are 45 to 60 minutes, depending upon the severity of that client's condition. And therefore, the more complicated the client, the longer it is that we would be spending with them, and therefore the more units served. It's been found by the medical community that in therapy services, application of MPPR is a flawed policy because the practice expense values for these services were already reduced when the American Medical Association determined how much those codes reimburse for. That is, those inefficiencies that did exist when multiple therapy services were provided in a single session were already explicitly taken into account when the reimbursement rates were established in the first place. A colleague of ours was involved with this process. You just heard her speak, and hopefully was able to explain that to you. Any additional cut to the practice expense of therapy services is arbitrary and will restrict patient access to vital healthcare services, services that are well documented to be those that reduce cost and are more conservative in nature than more complex things such as surgeries or long-term use of pharmacological interventions. Reducing reimbursement by 50% of that practice expense to those complex clients reduces the effectiveness of services. It devalues the services being provided by the clinician and leads to poorer health outcomes for the client, ultimately costing the client and that payer source more. Policies like this place small clinics, such as those found in rural areas of our state, like you mentioned, Senator Hardin, are in challenging situations, often determining the only way forward for these small businesses is to cut ties with those payer sources or to develop a way to work within the restrictions, such as reducing the amount of time you're spending with a patient, reducing the type of services you're providing, so on and so forth. This could also involve something like asking a patient in a rural community to travel to therapy 5 times per week for shorter sessions versus 2 to 3 times per week for longer sessions where that reimbursement is cut. These things lead directly to an access to care issue in our state. In no other industry would greater complexity lead to reduced payment. Nebraska already has precedents for preventing the application of MPPR to therapy services, as outlined by LB 100 in 2021, which passed unanimously at general file. Please help us continue to ensure access to preventative and restorative health care for all Nebraskans by advancing LB 430 to general file. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Senator Riepe.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. My question would be this is, have you brought this a similar legislation to the unicameral, to the legislature recently in the past year or two?
Related to private insurance, we have not, because it has only been recently that we are starting to see these things implemented in that private insurance market.
Okay. I said that in part because I know last session they ran out of time on a number of things that got tabled. So thanks.
Sure,
very much.
not last
Thanks
year.
for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the committee? I think I might have a couple.
Sure, awesome.
I appreciate, first of all, everything you do
Well, thank
and
you.
physical therapy, et cetera, because I think I'm a chiropractor too.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
I think it's our job to keep people out of hospitals.
Right, we think so too, yeah.
And so being a non-invasive approach to healthcare,
Mhm.
I think the more time we have people spend with people like you, the better, in my
Right.
opinion.
Right.
However, how have your conversations with the NOTA been going with Blue Cross Blue Shield? Have you guys sat down in a room and said, here's our concerns?
Yeah, we have. So we became aware, I believe it was last summer, that these policies were going to be implemented, and we always attempt to work with the payer sources behind the scenes. We have great relationships. Different members of our associations are on boards with the different payers in the state, and we absolutely try to resolve those things outside of legislative action. And we had multiple meetings, and some of them went okay, and then some of them there was one in which the payer did not show up to the meeting, and there were 17 representatives on the meeting, and the payer did not come. Another time, a different payer left. And so we try, to address these things without legislative action, and we've had successes in the past. That's what we hope, is to have the ability to collaborate with everyone, because like you said, we think we reduce costs. So we think it's good for us and that payer to help us help clients get access to our services. We're talking about reimbursement rates of $40, $50, $60 for these codes, not $20,000 or $30,000 or tens of thousands of dollars like some more invasive procedures could be. So we definitely want to work with them and help them see how we can help them achieve their goals as well. But it's a difficult conversation sometimes.
And I agree with you. I think the ROI of if I was a payer, to send my patient to someone like you
Right.
to keep them out of a, more costly procedure
Right.
makes sense.
We agree.
Here's where I have heartburn,
Sure.
is telling a private industry what to charge and how to charge.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of similar to somebody going into like my clinic or yours and saying, well, we think you should charge your
Right.
patient less because X, Y, and Z, right?
Right.
And so I'm curious, I
Sure.
just, that's just where my my issue is, but I'm kind of curious to see how this all plays out.
Yeah.
Are you able to charge, like you could send the first unit to insurance and then but you're still able to charge the patient cash then after that or no?
No, we are not.
Okay, that's what I was
So
wondering.
that's a difficult situation too, that we can't pick, like any other industry. My husband's an engineer, for example. Costs go up, the cost of the engine goes up, and he gets to do that. We don't get to do that. We have to work within these ramifications, and we don't get to, if we have a contract with that payer to work with that payer, then we cannot do cash. Correct.
And that's where I have heartburn too.
Right.
I mean, and so it's like, if I think if you're going to have your hands tied here,
Right.
the patient who really might want to have your services should have the ability to pay themselves, which they
Right.
very well may do.
Yeah, and when we enter into the agreements with those payer sources, that eliminates our ability to do cash pay
Yeah.
with them. If someone did not have a payer, we could cash pay and have cash pay rates and cash pay structures in those situations, but not once we are in a relationship with a payer and agree to work with that payer. We're not able to do that. So
Yeah.
we don't really have a way of saying, let's just bill you for that other 50% that you could pay cash. We just can't do that.
That's kind of the rub then, huh?
Yeah.
And one more thing, if you can expound on one thing.
Sure.
You said in your testimony, originally MPPR was created for surgeries.
Yeah, that's our understanding. So think of something like complex trauma, like a car accident, where the person's in the operating room and they're getting more than one surgery at the same time because complex trauma, right? You're not paying for that OR to be set up a second time. There's a lot of things that don't happen because these two things are happening at the same time. And that's an incredibly costly situation, right? So that's what our understanding is, where it kind of came out of. And it makes sense in that case, right? But I'm not doing something that's 50% as involved in the second 15 minutes as I would be in the first. That doesn't exist. That doesn't make sense for us. Like I said, we're with our patients longer if they're more complicated, if they need more of our clinical reasoning, more of our expert, background, more of our specialties, right? That's when we're with them longer. They're simpler cases, they're shorter, right? So it doesn't make sense that you would pay us less in the situations where we are, working with more complex and more needy clients.
And if I can ask one more question. if that's
Sure.
Okay. You do or do not have the ability to just drop Blue Cross Blue Shield and charge all cash?
We do.
Is that common
Yeah.
at all? I didn't know for sure.
Sometimes people do that for things that we haven't succeeded at getting reimbursement for, like, codes that wouldn't reimburse, or you're like an emerging practice area or something like that. You might be, doing a cash pay system, or some people just don't want to work in the insurance market. Some people, when they're first starting out, will do things like provide their client a super bill, which they would then submit to insurance for reimbursement if they wanted, but they don't want to pay, they don't have the money yet or the income yet to have the office staff to even do those claims. So some people start off that way, but it's not common once you get larger to do that.
Gotcha, kind of like a non-par provider type thing.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just kind of curious if that's common or if that's not common. So.
Yeah,
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry to
that's
manipulate
okay.
time.
I hope I did all right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Okay, we'll take our next test fire and support of LB 430. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jessica Taney, spelled Jessicathone, and I'm a speech language pathologist and owner of Alpha Rehabilitation in Kearney. And I also serve as the legislative co-chair for the Nebraska Speech Language Hearing Association. And today I'm testifying on behalf of the members and myself. I greatly appreciate Senator Walz's willingness to introduce this LB 430, addressing our concerns of applying this MPPR to all of our therapy services. Speech language pathologists are also impacted like occupational therapists and physical therapists by MPPR. I'm going to give you a scenario that may cause a reduction in payment with MPPR being applied to speech language pathology services that are billed. When two different services are performed on the same day by a speech language pathologist, using our CPT codes 92507, which is the treatment of speech language, voice, communication, and auditory processing, also billed on the same day as our CPT code 92526, which is treatment of swallowing dysfunction and oral function for feeding, we will be subject to a 50% reduction in one of those codes bills. These two codes are very distinctive services that require different supplies, different service models, and should not be reduced for duplication of expense because there's no expense that is shared. Cost savings is already accounted for, as you heard from Mary, when these codes were introduced by the committees that made the billing for the codes. In Nebraska, we are facing shortages with speech language pathologists, and patient care is impacted. I have experienced this firsthand, not being able to provide coverage for rural hospitals, nursing homes due to short staffing, leaving patients with no resources. Inflation has increased all of our expenses to deliver services. Speech language pathologists allow patients to regain their ability to swallow, eliminate the need for feeding tubes, treat aspiration pneumonia, and prevent costly hospital stays. Our services restore or give the ability to patients to communicate and be productive in the workforce. MPPR is a day-per-day policy that applies across disciplines. Another example is if a speech language pathologist and a physical therapist provide treatment on the same day, MPPR is applied to all codes that day regardless of the discipline. So MPPR full payment is given to one unit of the highest practice and then reduced for the additional services provided. Practices are now making patients, as you've heard multiple times, come on various days in order to receive these services. Coming on a day for physical therapy and speech therapy is not feasible to the practice. In rural Nebraska, this creates a larger problem for travel to medical facilities, and because time is a lot greater and distance is a lot farther. This is a time commitment. Not participating in recommended therapy plans does result in higher medical bills. We encourage the practice to delay therapy and multiple visits required for patients, causing further setbacks to critical time of rehabilitation. The current MPPR model isn't sustainable by providers and puts Nebraska at risk for not receiving speech language pathology services in order to communicate, in some cases being able to swallow and to live independently. I've actually attached a letter from the American Speech Language Hearing Association to Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska, discussing the impact on patient care and also the coding expenses as we've been talking to in these discussions. The Nebraska Speech Language Hearing Association respectfully requests the committee to advance LB 430. Thank you for allowing me to testify. That's my formal testimony for the Speech Language and Hearing Association. I also would welcome questions. I am rural Nebraska healthcare. I am small business. I started a practice when I was 26. We had 0 patients, 0 money. Last year, we celebrated 18 years in practice, and I'm telling you, it's hard to operate, especially when facing these cuts. I have given up contracts in rural Nebraska. Today on my way here, I stopped to see a patient in Red Cloud, Nebraska, because there's no speech pathologist that can serve that individual. They're bringing from Omaha to Red Cloud. So these procedures do impact patients and they do impact small business. So I would welcome any questions on the effects of this MPPR on rural healthcare and small business practice.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. I think you and I are in the same boat. I started when I was 27. I'm in private practice with 0 patients and eating nothing but macaroni and cheese and hot dogs for a while. That was like the worst experience ever.
Yep.
In a 1-bedroom apartment. So I know what you mean. Okay, well, no questions from the committee, but
All
thank
right,
you
thank
for
you.
coming. Okay, we'll take our next testifier in support. Welcome.
Thank you. It's really high seat. Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and the members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Candace Mullendore, CANDICE MULLENDORE. and I appreciate this opportunity to testify in favor of LB 430. I'm going to address two questions that came up just to kind of let you guys know. Just for your information, there nationwide, there's less than 2 to 5% of patients that can pay cash or do pay cash pay for therapy services. So I wanted to get you that statistic. And then also, when we tried to meet with Blue Cross Blue Shield, it took a long time, and they met with us once before they refused to meet with us again. So just wanted to clarify that for you. I am here today representing my small business and small businesses across Nebraska. MPPR is a policy that negatively impacts patient care immediately and over the long term in the state of Nebraska and puts our small businesses in jeopardy. My business, Pediatric Therapy Center, has been providing occupational, physical, and speech therapy services to thousands of children since 2008. I am a proud small business owner. I am a fierce advocate for my patients and providers, and they are your constituents. Today, you are listening to testimony from both sides of the debate with a lot of data, acronyms, and opposing views. This is a complex subject and can be difficult to grasp, even for healthcare providers. After the testimony today, you may go back to your offices and look at the data where the codes were developed from CMS and understand that those vague statements made that practice expenses are duplicated are false. Mary testified to explain why this methodology is false. The statement that practice owners are overcharging is false. The reality is quite different. For one private insurer, I have not had a single raise in 15 years. How many of you can say that you haven't had a raise in 15 years? For another insurer, I've had an 11% decrease in payments for the past 5 years. That is before MPPR payment is applied. With the application of MPPR, I am looking at a reimbursement cut of 11 to 22%. $1 in 2008 would be worth $1.38 today. That means I should be getting a 38% increase rather than the decreases that I have over the past 15 years. Instead, daily, I am faced with trying to cut expenses to be able to provide therapy to the hundreds of families that come through my clinic each month. I did not open a therapy clinic to make millions of dollars. I opened it to make sure that children and their caregivers have access to quality care. Small business owners across Nebraska care about those we serve, and we are constantly looking for ways to heal our neighbors and our friends quickly and in the most cost-effective manner. We understand the impact that overutilization and cost inflation can have on our healthcare system, and we stand against it. I am here to tell you a story, and I want to humanize the nature of LB 430, which Jessica alluded to. Bob is a farmer out in Ainsley, Nebraska. One day, Bob isn't feeling well, so he gets out of his tractor, and with jumbled speech and weakness on his right side, he tries to tell his wife that something is wrong. It turns out Bob is suffering a stroke. Bob is transported to a rural hospital and stays a few days till he can return home. Bob struggles with balance, weakness, and can't think of words when talking to his friends and family. He needs continued rehab to get better. Bob is a hardworking Nebraskan, so he still has all the responsibilities of his farm and his family. Bob starts therapy at the closest place, which is 45 miles away. He's told he needs speech and PT 2 days a week and 2 days for physical therapy and 2 days for speech therapy. Why can't Bob do therapy on the same day? The small business owner, that's me, that's Jessica. We cringe when we have to tell Bob it's because of the methodology that insurance uses. It cuts the payment and we have to do PT and speech on separate days. This means 4 trips a week, totaling 6 to 7 hours of travel time and 360 miles. Bob comes to therapy for 3 weeks. The travel is a burden because he has chores and farm responsibilities, and the cost of gas and time of driving, he cannot afford to go to therapy for 4 days a week. He cuts back on his rehab, and he does not make the progress that he and his therapist hope he would. Therapy providers are being put in difficult positions. Do we see Bob 2 times a week, or do we try to keep our doors open so that we can serve all members of our community? A second story I want to tell you about is Sarah, a very similar story in which she had a brain injury. After months of hospitalization, she needed therapy intensively. Unfortunately, I was going to have to see her 4 to 5 times a week with the application of MPPR, which puts a huge burden on her parents. I don't know very many parents that can take off work 4 to 5 times a week to get their child to the therapy that they deserve. Another reality is that the small business owners, which are the heart of Nebraska, will be forced to close their doors. That means that Bob, who is driving 45 miles one way for therapy, may now have to drive 75 miles. I am here to speak for small business owners, for patients, for their caregivers, and against reductions from large insurers. I represent all the small clinic owners in Nebraska that are working hard to continue to provide patients who are your constituents with quality care in their small communities. I am here to tell you that we are not making millions of dollars. Private insurers should not have record profits at the expense of the patients and the providers. I am here to tell you that we do not put forth this legislation without trying to work with the insurance companies first. And I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank
Thank
you
you for
for your
coming. We'll take our next testifier in support of LB 430. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Mike Moravec, Mikemoravec. I'm a physical therapist and an owner of a private practice in named Bluffs Physical Therapy in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. I currently employ 2 other physical therapists, 2 physical therapist assistants, and 3 physical therapy technicians and 2 office administrators. I come here today from rural Western Nebraska in support of LB 430. At Bluffs PT, we provide physical therapy services for our patient population that has a radius of 80 miles. Needless to say, our footprint in Western Nebraska is quite large, and therefore our impact on our patients' daily lives must be such that they will travel up to 80 miles one way for a physical therapy visit. The basis of physical therapy is that we are providing a service of exercise to correct, to correct mechanical faults of the human body. To achieve our goals, we commonly supplement exercises with manual therapy and occasionally provide some type of modality that will reduce inflammation, improve muscle activation, relax muscles, or inhibit pain in the area of injury. This type of therapy session typically takes a full hour. What we're being forced to do with MPPR is make a choice. We can continue to offer the same services we have offered in years past and take a 15% reduction in reimbursement, or cut our therapy sessions in half and ask the patient to come twice as often. Not only would this create a burden on the patient in regards to traveling more often, but it would also exhaust their insurance allotted therapy visits for the year at a faster pace. I'm not the type of owner who is comfortable placing the burden on the patient, so I'm trying to figure out how to sustain a company while getting reimbursed at a severely reduced rate. This year, I was looking to hire a new physical therapist due to continued increased need for physical therapy services in our area. However, after looking at my Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska patients alone, I will net $56,500 less this year compared to last year, which is the salary of one of our physical therapist assistants that's had 7 years of experience. So instead of meeting the needs of our growing patient base, I may actually need to reduce the size of my staff, which will negatively impact patient access to care in my very rural area in which I live. Putting it plainly, a single act by the state's largest private healthcare insurer has the potential to affect thousands in rural Nebraskans' ability to receive quality medical care. I urge you to not let that happen. Most of us in this great state know that it is very rural, and we harbor values Nebraska is known for: good quality and the most appropriate care that has been backed up time and time again by good research. Please stand with Greater Nebraska and vote to bring LB 430 to the floor and help support my patients and the other small businesses that see patients just like I do throughout Western Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for driving all the way here.
It's important.
I don't know if you did or not. Did you spell your name when you first started?
I did.
Okay.
It's Mikemoravec.
I just want to make sure before.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Riepe.
I have a question. I don't know what the typical copay is, but on many of these plans, it's $35, $40.
Correct.
So that each time they would visit, they would have to repay that copay, I assume.
Correct.
I have
Yes.
one clarification on that. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Hardin.
About what percentage of your patients utilize Blue Cross?
What percentage? 30% of my clientele. I will say that's actually a little bit less, noticing in this year just early on. But that's just my early numbers. But I also know I think there's a lot of switching over going into new or different insurances that are also private pay, but are also following the same MPPR reduction rates.
Is that to say that You have patients who are switching flavors.
Switching flavors because they're getting charged quite a bit by the same insurance company. But like I said, there's already other major medical insurers that are following the same MPPR rates due to following the status of what they're seeing Blue Cross and Blue Shield do.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify in support of LB 430?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and the members of the committee. My name is Brent Todd. I'm a practicing physical therapist in Omaha. I'm representing Athletico Physical Therapy. I've also been authorized to, on behalf of the SAFE project, to speak for them, and I've provided testimony for them as well.
Okay, Brent. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you
Yes,
spell your name?
spelling
Your
Brent,
spell your first and last name?
B-R-E-N-T. Last name is Todd, T-O-D-D.
Thank you.
I'm approaching my 21st year of practice and currently manage a clinic. It consists of 3 physical therapists, including myself, a physical therapist assistant, and 2 support staff. We're an outpatient orthopedic clinic that has been serving the community for 20 plus years, and we treat a variety of conditions, including back, neck, and joint pain, post-fracture care, pelvic floor physical therapy, balance and fall prevention, work and sport injuries, and post-operative care, just to name a few. I've found it an extremely rewarding profession, and I'm grateful to have been able to assist individuals improve their strength and mobility, decrease their pain, and improve their overall function and quality of life. It is no secret that our country has challenges in healthcare, including an ongoing opioid epidemic, rising costs, and an aging population. As a physical therapist, I believe we can utilize our skill set to evaluate, educate, and manage patients' pain and functional limitations in a non-pharmacological manner, thus decreasing the burden on our healthcare system. Athletico, we recognize the magnitude of the problem that opioids are having in our society and have partnered with the SAFE Project to bring awareness and develop solutions to opioid addiction. Part of the solution is early access to physical therapy before patients go down the path of opioids or other lower value treatments. Early access to physical therapy has been shown to decrease opioid use and the overall cost of an episode of care. Unfortunately, I believe that our knowledge, skill, and opinion in the healthcare arena continue to be undervalued, marked by a pattern of reduced resources for our services time and time again via various means, the multiple procedure payment reduction policy being one of them. I'm speaking today in support of LB 430. Policies such as the multiple procedure payment reduction that limit resources for physical therapy will ultimately limit access to physical therapy services. This has the potential of impacting approximately 65% of patients that we serve. I fear policies like these will lead to a need to reduce our staff, make it difficult to attract and retain quality providers, and not to mention overwhelm our current providers. This effectively will limit timely access to our services and the quality of care at a time when they are needed most. I am aware that our healthcare spending is a growing problem. However, addressing pain and functional limitation earlier rather than later will lead to downstream cost savings in the form of reduced imaging, surgeries, and the overuse of opioids and the associated costs, especially as our society ages. In conclusion, I ask for your support of LB 430 as a forward-thinking strategy of getting in front of the root issues that are driving our healthcare challenges. With support, early access to physical therapy can be part of the solution. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my staff, fellow colleagues, and most importantly, the patients that we serve.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in support of LB 430? All right. Is there anybody that wishes to testify in opposition to LB 430? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jeremiah Blakey, spelled Jeremiah, B as in boy, Lake. I'm the Government Affairs Associate and Registered Lobbyist for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Nebraska, testifying in opposition to LB 430. I feel like I'm a popular guy today. So, as we've heard today, the basic premise of MPPR is to account for efficiencies when multiple services are delivered to a patient in a single visit. Provider reimbursement is intended to pay for not only the healthcare services delivered to the patient, but also the cost of other expenses, including medical liability insurance and the cost of running a clinic. Just like any business, medical professionals must pay for support staff, building space, heating and cooling, and technology needs, for example. MPPR applies to this category of general business expenses only, not the reimbursement rate for professional services or medical malpractice insurance. MPPR recognizes that there is overlap in this category of business expenses when a patient receives multiple services in a single visit. For example, the health professional may perform 3 services during the visit, but the administrative staff scheduled 1 appointment with a single phone call and filed 1 claim with the payer. The clinic didn't incur additional rental expense, for example, as a result of providing more than 1 professional service. Congress recognized this overlap and began applying MPPR to Medicare in the mid-2000s and expanded this policy in the Affordable Care Act in 2011. While this policy has been part of the Medicare program for nearly 20 years, Blue Cross and Blue Shield only recently began applying this policy to our commercial insurance products within the last few months. Our policy is that the highest rank procedure receives 100% reimbursement, while the second and subsequent lower ranked procedures receive a reduced payment to reflect this overlap within the category of business expenses. The other categories of reimbursement, that is for professional services and medical malpractice insurance, continue to receive the full payment. Hopefully that gives you a little bit better understanding of how we believe this, or why we believe this is a reasonable policy. Regarding the bill from 2021 that was referenced earlier, Blue Cross is not a Medicaid managed care contractor, so we were not involved in the discussions on that bill. However, there's an important policy distinction between that bill and what we're discussing today. The legislature has every right, and I think a duty, to design the Medicaid program because you fund it and you operate it. The difference here is that what you're getting into is the private negotiations between 2 parties, and the legislature is conceivably just putting its thumb on the scale in support of one party over the other. The final point I want to make in regard to this bill is that most therapy services are subject to cost sharing under most health plans. While Blue Cross negotiates reimbursement rates with providers, the patient is often responsible for the cost of the visit until they meet their annual deductible. In the near term, this bill would have a greater impact on Nebraska families who pay out of pocket for their physical therapy, occupational therapy, or speech language pathology services. In the long term, it limits our ability to fulfill our responsibility to offer affordable healthcare coverage to Nebraska families and businesses. For these reasons, I would ask you to not advance LB 430, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Riepe.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
The question that I have, you have Medicaid Advantage.
Medicare Advantage.
Or, I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you have any control over the rates, or do you simply contract with them to provide the services? So they would set their own policy for how they would reimburse providers?
I want to be careful here because I don't fully know for sure.
Okay.
But I think under Medicare Advantage, we would determine the rates using Medicare policy.
Then my follow-up to that would be is, do you apply the same policy to the Medicare recipients as you would to commercial recipients?
Yeah, good question. Let me follow up on that and find out. Yeah.
Just, okay, thank you. Good to see you.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Blake.
Mhm.
Okay, so you said you started out talking about the federal government made changes, and that was to the Medicaid program?
Medicare.
Medicare program. Could you tell me a little bit more about that first?
Again, what I understand, again, I don't work in Medicare.
Just
yeah,
kind of
but-
reiterate your points because I didn't
Yeah,
quite
the
get it.
point is that this policy has been part of the Medicare program for 20 years.
Okay,
So
so the
this isn't
policy
new.
okay. Why did Blue Cross decide to do this now?
Well, again, if you go talk to any business owner who is providing health insurance to their employees, or any families trying to buy health insurance, it's expensive. And so we try to find ways that make sense, are reasonable to hold down rates for our members to ensure that insurance is affordable.
But you could have done this at any time
Sure.
over the last decades.
Yes, we could.
And so you decided to do it now to lower costs?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, it's okay. So, I appreciate what you said about holding the thumb in private negotiations. I truly do appreciate that. But the testimony that we heard was from a lot of people from more rural areas. And I'd like to give you the opportunity to address some of those concerns that they expressed, which I think are pretty valid, that the only way that they can maintain their business model is to then have these appointments separately. And if we have people in agricultural areas that are going to have to take multiple trips so that they can the business side can maintain it, I think you can see how that's problematic
sure.
and concerning. And while I might agree with you that it's not necessarily our role to get involved in private negotiations, it is our role to maintain a public good. And so I just want to give you the opportunity to kind of answer some of that.
Yeah. So we, of course, want to make sure that individuals have access to services, whether that's access to hospitals, access to chiropractors, access to physical therapy services. So we're constantly monitoring utilization in our provider network in real time to make sure that if we see a decrease in, say, therapy services, we see an increase on the pharmaceutical side for prescription drugs that are used to treat pain, that's a signal to us that something is wrong with the network, and we have to go back and revisit that. As it pertains to rural areas, that's certainly a concern we have. Again, with most providers, we actually reimburse our rural providers on the hospital side specifically at a higher rate than we do urban hospitals. And that's a recognition that those services are critical in those rural areas. I think you could talk to any professional provider group in the state and in the country for that matter, and they will tell you there's a shortage of providers in rural areas throughout the country, whether that's nurses, doctors, physical therapy services, or anything else. So it's a struggle we all deal with.
And I recognize that there might be other questions. Do you want to jump in?
Are there other questions? Yes, Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson, and thank you, Mr. Blake, for being here today. So does MPPR directly reduce costs for patients?
Yes, if they're paying a deductible, it does, yes.
So it reduces costs for patients because you charge them less in terms of the deductible that they're paying?
No, so we enter into a contract with the provider that specifies the rate for a service. If the service is subject to a deductible and the patient hasn't met their out-of-pocket requirements, they're going to pay that rate. So if we negotiate a contract that says it's $20 for this service versus $40 until they meet their deductible, they pay that $20, not the $40.
Okay. And so going back to the question about the legislature getting involved in private negotiations, 100% understand where you're coming from on that. It sounds like many of the providers here have attempted to negotiate with you directly, and you have not been willing to do that. Do you have anything to say?
Sure, we're always willing to meet with our providers. I think you heard that we did meet with some of our provider groups. We can't always come to consensus or agreement or make everybody happy. We try to do that to the best of our ability. I will also say Blue Cross's name was used a lot today. I don't think we're the only commercial insurer that's using this policy. We may be the largest in Nebraska, but this isn't unique to Blue Cross.
Okay, so I just would, from our perspective, we don't want to get involved in these types of negotiations. I don't want to, but sometimes when small business owners are left with no other option, we're forced to get involved, unfortunately. And so if you want to come in and oppose a bill, I would encourage you to maybe more, engage in good faith with some of the providers in negotiating in the
Yep.
future.
I appreciate that, and I'll certainly take that back to the company, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Senator Valley, go first.
You want to go ahead?
I've already
Senator
gone
Kavanaugh.
once.
No, go ahead.
You-
Go ahead.
Senator Ballard, you're recognized.
Wow, thank you, Chair Hanson. I appreciate it. Can you give me a little more history on MPPR, at least from Blue Cross? How long have you utilized this method?
So as was mentioned here earlier, I think we announced it either later this summer or this fall, and it was implemented on December 1st. So it's relatively recent.
Relatively, and is
Yes.
it just, you just use it for therapy services or for multiple?
We use it for, I think as was mentioned earlier, surgical is another area you use it. It's pretty common. It's been around for a number of years. But most recently, it's the physical therapy, occupational therapy, and the speech language pathology.
Okay. And just based on rising costs?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Senator Harden.
I would agree with Senator Day. It'd be better if we didn't even have this conversation. My experience in this industry is fairly significant, and you don't want the natives getting restless. And because if they walk, it's really hard to get them back.
Yeah.
In terms of those providers. I get it. It's a business, but when we water down the whiskey, we're going to hear about it. And it sounds like that has happened. And if in fact it's going on in some other areas as well, the best thing for Blue Cross to do is to get ahead of it. We need you in this state, but we need our providers too.
Yes, we do.
So just want to encourage you to get together ASAP. Get together over a Valentino's pizza or something wonderful.
Get some
Here in
Runzas.
Nebraska. Something Nebraska.
I had Runza for lunch, but it
That's
was not
right.
a Runza. So
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Senator Kavanaugh, do you have any more questions?
Well, I was going to say something similar to Senator Harding about our providers. I mean, I do think that there is a concern of losing providers in our rural areas, which is something that this committee hears a lot about on a regular basis. And I appreciate from the business side your concern about the state getting involved, but if you are not actively working with the providers to make sure that they're able to keep their doors open, I feel like this committee is going to feel pressured to take action that we would prefer you took yourselves.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to leave you with that thought that we'd love for this conversation to continue outside of this room. I don't know if I'm speaking for the whole committee, but certainly for myself. But
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
again, this is neither here nor there, but if I can just respond again to the rural piece. Again, I sit on a task force, an internal task force within the company where we're exploring ways that we can support that rural healthcare delivery system. It's critical to our members. We have to have access to services in rural areas, robust access. And so that's important to us and something that we're looking at.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe a question or maybe a comment.
Yeah.
Is there another way to make this work? I'm just trying to think, like, it's not my position to say anything.
Right.
Is one way to continue keep paying for the repetitive services, instead maybe charge more of a copay for the second, third service?
That's a good question. I don't know. As I sit here, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I
I
think
didn't know if that was legal or not, or if that's a way to, like, you charge less for the first service than every
Yeah.
subsequent service after that. You charge more of a copay, so it's more of a patient responsibility.
Yeah, that's fair. One of the things I do want to clarify is that on kind of the percentages, right? So the first procedure is reimbursed at 100%. The second one is reduced by 50%. Any subsequent procedures after that are reduced at 25%, not 50%. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Sorry, that just spurred another.
If it's not right, I'll go back and confirm that. That's what I was told this morning.
Okay. Well, that just spurred another question.
Yeah.
That I should have asked earlier. So when you spoke about in your testimony that part of this is because of administrative services and that, like you said, booking one appointment, all of those things. And again, not going to hold you to the numbers you just said, because you said you're not sure. But if those numbers hold as to that's the charging, the administrative cost, I would imagine, and I would hope that the cost for booking an appointment is not 50% of the cost
Correct,
of the
yeah.
appointment. And so there seems like maybe there needs to be more parity if that's the intention behind this.
Yeah, again, I was just making an illustration, right? I wasn't trying to categorize every expense that a business may have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Okay, all right. Thank you for your
all
testimony.
right, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. All right, we'll take our next testifier in opposition to LB 430. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Robert M. Bell. Last name is spelled B-E-L-L. I am the Executive Director and Registered Lobbyist for the Nebraska Insurance Federation. I am here today in opposition to LB 430. The Nebraska Insurance Federation is a state trade association of insurance companies. The Federation currently has over 40 member insurance companies. Members of the Federation include companies who write all lines of insurance and who provide over 16,000 jobs to the Nebraska economy and over $14 billion of economic impact to Nebraska on an annual basis. Perhaps most importantly, though, the Nebraska Insurance Federation member companies provide high-value, quality insurance products that protect Nebraskans during difficult times. LB 430 amends the Uniform Credentialing Act and would appear to prohibit the application of a multiple procedure payment reduction policy and PPR for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech language pathology services, by either Medicaid or a private insurer. MPPR, as you've already heard, has been used in the Medicare space, which is the healthcare services mainly used by seniors for many years and is a needed tool for all payers of healthcare services to reduce payments when services are bundled by healthcare service providers. According to the latest information from the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, U.S. healthcare spending grew 2.7% in 2021, reaching $4.3 trillion, or $12,914 per person in the United States. As a share of the nation's gross domestic product, healthcare spending accounted for 18.3%. One of my ongoing themes in speaking with the legislature is finding ways to shrink the cost of healthcare and to fend off any attempts by other parties who seek to limit the ability of payers of healthcare, whether individuals, employers, or the government, to create and implement new creative ways to limit healthcare spending that will still provide first-class care. As a result, Nebraska insurance companies are fundamentally opposed to LB 430's attempt to limit the applicability of MPPR reduction by insurers. Technically, my member insurers are also confused by the provisions of LB 930. For one, the language is placed in the Uniform Credentialing Act, not the insurance code. Second, LB 100 from 2021 already banned MPPR from the Medicaid program, yet it is also included in LB 430 and does not remove the previous prohibition. Finally, the legislation states that physical therapy, occupational therapy, or speech pathology, language pathology services would not be subject to MPPR policy of a private insurer, but does not actually prohibit an insurer's use of MPPR, frustrating the ability of a group of willing providers and insurers to privately contract with one another if all parties agree. Another point, state law will not apply to most federally, and I believe Senator Walz brought this up, most federally regulated self-insured large group plans governed by the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, otherwise known as ERISA. According to research I have read, ERISA plans cover at least 50% of privately insured Nebraskans. Under most mandates in the insurance code, there is language making it clear that legislation would not apply to plans exempted by federal law, such as ERISA plans or Medicare plans. For these reasons, the Nebraska Insurance Federation respectfully opposes LB 430. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. And just a couple of notes on some things that I heard or questions. You know, I think Mr. Blakey did address the issue of out-of-pocket costs to consumers. If I walked in under my health plan right now to a physical therapist, I'm paying that out of pocket under the way my plan is written now. Other plans, there may be a copay related to that. in the insurance plan that my wife and I are covered under, we have a high deductible plan. So we're paying for that out of our pocket until we reach our deductible for those types of services. Would also point out the Blue Cross Blue Shield is not the only insurer that is using this. If you read the fiscal note from the Department of Administrative Services, you can see that this would cost the state on the state health plan about $175,000 if this was prohibited to be done. And that's, I believe, you probably know better than I do, but I believe United Health Group is the insurer for the state under their plan. And I think that's it on my notes. So sorry about that. But I do appreciate the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yep.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
The out-of-pocket costs, and also, yes, thank you for recognizing that Blue Cross is not the only insurer that we're talking
I
about.
represent them all. So,
The out-of-pocket costs. So
Sure.
let's dig into that for a
Yeah.
second. So what I heard from the providers is you have, say we have a farmer who has a stroke and needs physical therapy, and
How old is this farmer? Let's make him under 65.
Okay,
Or
let's
because
make this
if he's
fun.
over 65, Medicare is probably coming into play.
She is 55.
Of course.
She's 55.
She's 55.
And she's had a stroke and
Yes.
she needs physical therapy and speech therapy.
And
Thank
occupational
you.
therapy,
I need
yes.
speech therapy
Yeah.
apparently. Occupational therapy. It needs 3 therapies.
Absolutely.
Okay. And she needs to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours each way to
Mhm.
get those therapies.
Right.
And so she is, but because she's going there a different time for each therapy so that her insurance covers each therapy fully in order for her therapist to get reimbursed, wouldn't it cost her less even if she's paying out of pocket first to have one visit fully charged?
That's an interesting hypothetical. It could. I mean, I think you can come up with a lot of different hypotheticals.
I
and,
sure
and that
could.
hypothetical.
How many hours do we have?
Well, yeah. And I do believe a number of Nebraskans do have to drive to.
But wouldn't it ultimately be a cost savings to Farmer Jane Doe to go 2 days a week instead of 5 days a week to two appointments that covers all 3 therapies?
Maybe it's going to depend on the provisions of her plan, how much her provider's charging her, everything like that. I would also say
But if
she had a stroke,
Yes.
if she spent some time in the hospital, there's no way she hasn't burned through her deductible already.
It's
So-
a new year. She did
New
all.
year? Okay, well, that's fair. It's unlike
She had
to have a
stroke
stroke.
last year.
And so she's still going to therapy.
And she's
That's
still going
fine.
to therapy. She had the stroke in November.
So to travel to,
So she's showing up for an appointment on
Right.
Monday and she gets all 3 appointments. She pays for the actual appointments out of pocket,
Mhm.
but then she only has to come 2 days a week.
Okay.
So isn't that,
Are these separate appointments or are these all together?
they're all together.
They're all together.
Being charged the way that they were prior to this December 1 of this year.
Boy, math's not my strong suit. I'm an attorney, not an accountant, but
Theoretically, changing this
there could, I mean,
is
honestly.
not a cost. And what I'm asking is theoretically is that this could not be a cost savings to somebody who's paying direct out of pocket.
Theoretically,
If
could.
you have, if you.
If
paid just your
if the
deductible.
provider is deciding, hey, we're not going to bundle those services, you're going to need to come back so that we can charge higher reimbursement to you and your insurance company. You're absolutely right. It's going to cost them more money. So.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Hurd.
The other challenge that was brought up earlier by one of the testifiers has to do with how major medical plans are typically constituted with the number of available visits for any kind of therapy.
Right.
Generally, they come in at 16, 24, or 32. I don't know why they don't make it 33, but that's the way they do it. And so unless you apply for and receive, once again, from the insurance carrier, let's say it's from some old other carrier like Aetna.
That's sitting close to home.
There
so.
you go. In a nutshell, you're not going to get more than the prescribed number of options that come inside of your summary of benefits coverage, whether you've got group insurance or individual.
Mhm.
And so you're going to burn through those at about a rate 3 times faster than you normally would. And so I'm saying that that's where the other problem is, because whether you've met your out of pocket with your deductibles.
Right.
so
If there's a
forth or
limitation on
not.
the number of visits that you have within your policy.
And so
Yeah.
we have to, even for things like chiropractic, those number of visits are limited. And so just pointing out that.
Yeah,
that is-
there are. We have all kinds of limitations in insurance policies to keep the costs down, to do something to make it just. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that 12,000 for my family of 5, that would be at 12,000. That's 60,000. At least I can do that math. Sorry about that, but 60,000. You know, we do have limitations in our policies. Yes. So,
and everyone does. But I'm
absolutely.
just saying that that's what that forces on the consumer then, is burning through those available number of visits exponentially faster.
I mean, there's kind of going down to a dark place, Senator Hardin, on what's the solution for that. So
I would be glad to work with all of you. So,
Yes, Senator Riepe.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. Mr. Bell, at one time, I might be not up to date on this, but
sure,
Medicare had a most favored nation thing that no one could charge or provide a service less than what the Medicare charged. And so that limits all of the providers in terms of what they could charge someone that's paying out of pocket.
yeah, we'd have to talk about that a little bit. I'd like to bring in a Medicare expert on that.
I thought you knew everything.
That's what I tell my kids and my wife, but they know better, right? So, but if we want to talk about that a little bit, you know, the question on a piece of legislation like this is that if you do come in with a Medicare plan, whether or not it's Medicare Advantage or Medigap, is the state legislature stepping into a place that has been dictated by the federal government that yes, MPPR must apply, right? But apparently for these in the licensing laws, it's saying that MPPR does not apply to this in the state law. So we get a conflict. And then the deep insurance nerd or legal nerd in me is like, how does that whole conflict resolve itself on how LB 430 is drafted? Certainly there are ways to draft the legislation to take care of those particular concerns. And I'm not trying to say that there aren't. I'm not saying that if they were, that our opposition would be lifted, because it would not. But certainly if I was sitting in your seats, I would be curious on the best way to fix that, if that's an issue that the legislature sees as well.
Well, on anything with reimbursement, Medicare is the 800-pound gorilla in the room that they dictate.
Sure.
All Medicare would be the same. They even, in essence, in a way, maybe de facto, dictate, or very directly dictate, what therapists could charge. If I walk in and say, I want to pay cash, they have to charge me the Medicare rate.
Well, it wasn't like Blue Cross Blue Shield, not to pick on Jeremiah or Mr. Blakey or his company, which is a very good member of the Nebraska Insurance Federation. They didn't learn this. They didn't come up with this idea on their own. I mean, it was in the Medicare space first. And you know, the federal government put this policy in place for a reason, and I believe it likely to keep down costs, which is hard, right? I mean, insurance, a lot of the fights of the insurers are with people that we pay to provide services to our consumers, right? So whether or not it's physical therapists or occupational therapists or doctors or hospitals or auto body shops or roofers, or pick your service provider who is paid money by an insurance company to provide a service to the insured, and everybody wants to get paid more. And in some cases, not saying that I would, if I was in their shoes, that I wouldn't want to do the same thing, but we are looking at ways to keep down those costs, because those costs are paid by our policyholders, right? Particularly in the health space, there are limitations on how much a health insurer can spend on administrative costs, right? The Affordable Care Act, tied their hands a little bit on that, and there's been escalating costs ever since. So, yeah, it's been a long week. Maybe I should just be quiet now. So sorry about that.
We know what you mean.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, and Art.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Bell. The ACA absolutely tied hands for the carriers in that way. But Medicare, to Senator Riepe's point, is the 800-pound gorilla. In fact, it's 1.0. And everything from all of the carriers is constituted on multiples of Medicare. They are the standard.
Sure.
Right. And so, but those rates are negotiated carrier to carrier and so on and so forth.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right. I mean, when you look at like who pays for healthcare, it's really interesting. Like how much is coming from private individuals, how much of it's coming from private insurance, how much is coming from ERISA plans, which are usually employer-sponsored plans, right? So a lot of that's being paid by employers. Not all, but the employees pick up some of that cost too. A lot of it's being paid by the government, whether or not that's Medicaid or Medicare or governmental health plans like the State Employee Health Plan, University of Nebraska Health Plan, or TRICARE. There's a lot of layers to it, which is probably why it's a difficult thing to solve. For us, it's that overall cost that makes it really hard. And then so if you're not receiving subsidies on the ACA exchange, if you're one of those individuals that has to go grab a plan, price it out yourself. It's unaffordable for most Nebraskans.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. I wanted to provide some clarification on some remarks you made in your opening.
Uh-oh.
It's nothing
Fact
too
checked. Good.
No,
What did I say wrong?
No, I remembered that you mentioned about that this is under the Universal Credentialing, or what is it under?
Uniform Credentialing
Thank
Act.
you, Uniform Credentialing Act. And I don't know if you know this or not, but we kind of had a few bills introduced this year.
Yes. It wasn't a criticism, just
no,
pointing it out.
and we also had we have some newer bill drafters, so things like that. I think I appreciate them. Something that we can definitely look at if this were to move forward. So I just wanted to note that because you had mentioned it.
Yes.
And I also wanted to circle back on the fiscal note because it did say, the department did say that they couldn't actually accurately say how this would impact or increase costs and services. But also thank you for letting us know that the state currently is potentially forcing employees to go on multiple visits and burn through their days.
It's really what came first, the chicken or the egg. I mean, it's
just giving you a hard time.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Did it not say $175,000?
It said that they estimated that, but that they can't
Oh, okay.
actually.
I gotcha.
They can't actually say.
Look, it's insurance. Everything's an estimate. But I appreciate you pointing that.
Any other questions?
I'm gonna get a call from DAS. Thank you, Senator.
I'm glad we can all come into agreement that whenever government gets involved in anything, whether it's insurance or healthcare or et cetera, it always seems to get more expensive for some reason.
It does.
So with that, the conservative me had to say that, so I couldn't help it. Thank you for coming to testify.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon and a great weekend.
Thank you. We'll take our next testifier in opposition to LB 430. Anybody else wishing to testify in opposition? So, okay, seeing none, is there anybody wishing to testify in a neutral capacity? All right, so seeing no more testifiers and Senator Walz has waived closing, that will close the hearing for today, almost. But first, I have to mention, we do have 8 letters in support of LB 430 and 1 letter in opposition. All right, now that will close the hearing for LB 430, and now we will open it up for LB 561, and we'll welcome Senator Blood up to open it.
That was a long hearing.
You are ready to open whenever you want.
Thank you. So good afternoon to Chair Hansen and members of the HHS committee. My name is Senator Carol Blood, spelled Carol, B as in boy, Lood as in dog. And I represent District 3, which is the western half of Bellevue and southeastern Papillion, Nebraska. I appreciate the opportunity to bring forward LB 561 regarding the Cosmetology Licensure Compact. So today's interstate compact is the result of the Council of State Governments partnering with the Department of Defense in support of our military families and their spouses in employment. Nebraska has passed previous compacts for licensed professionals, including, and I know some of you heard this yesterday, physical therapists, psychologists, nurses, occupational therapists, audiology and speech language pathology, EMS, and doctors, to name a few. This compact will allow cosmetologists to obtain a multi-state license to practice in all states that join the compact, rather than individually applying for a license for each state that they move to. They do this by utilizing their original home state license, if that state belongs to the compact. Member states of the compact then agree to mutually recognized licenses issued by every other member state. LB 561 will significantly help military families and their spouses find employment if relocated in Nebraska, and help Nebraska become a more military-friendly state, as I believe that is everyone's goal in the legislature. Military spouses suffer from severe unemployment or underemployment, with recent estimates putting this demographic at 22% unemployment. This high unemployment can be attributed to the frequent relocation of military families and their spouses, often having to search for new work and licensure if their career requires it when moving to a different state. This leads to financial instability for military families, making it difficult for them to maximize their long-term retirement benefits or find careers for themselves post-military that offer competitive salaries that match their professional experiences. It's already a stressful experience for military families to relocate on an average of 2 to 3 years between finding new schools for their children, healthcare providers, and again, employment. The Interstate Compact can ease some of the stress, cutting down on the arduous process of obtaining a new license in a new state. This compact, like the others, will make Nebraska a more welcome state for veterans' families and a boon for small businesses in the state, specifically cosmetology businesses. Spouses of veterans will be fast-tracked by having a multi-state license and can immediately work in Nebraska, which benefits our labor force, which is currently facing struggles filling workforce vacancies. Nebraska will also be able to collaborate and have a shared database with the other states' cosmetology boards, ensuring licensed cosmetologists entering Nebraska adhere to the compact standards. This database has proven within our other compacts to not only protect consumers, but also the organizations that hire these professionals. Unlike reciprocity, the compacts allow professionals to easily move between states, which is why it's been preferred over reciprocity by the DoD. However, reciprocity really works together well with the compacts because we need more than one tool in our toolbox to address our workforce issue here in Nebraska. Compacts continue to show that Nebraska can easily attract talent into the state and help small entrepreneurs have more candidates to choose from for a hire. I'd also like to clarify that this is not mandatory for any licensed professional to join the Interstate Compact should it not benefit them. It is an option that will be offered to those who may be transient or need to cross state lines for a closer job opportunity. In tradition with other compacts we have supported in the past, it eases burdens for military families when they are relocating, frequently not only helping them financially, but emotionally as well. Nebraska continues to strive to be a more military-friendly state. We can back this talk up by passing these interstate compacts quickly. Spouses of active duty military families should be able to pick up employment as efficiently and quickly as allowed. And this compact is a part of a long series, as you are all aware in this committee, backed by the DoD that accomplishes that. I thank you for your time today and consideration for LB 561, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Could you just briefly explain the fiscal note from the State Patrol? Is that just because of the hiring of staff they'll need to do mainly to process the new compact licenses?
Where are you showing this? On the State Patrol here?
You have, I think, a couple fiscal notes.
So the applicants pay $45.25 for the fingerprint background check. That's standard for the interstate compacts that we were talking about. And then the fees are paid to the Nebraska State Patrol for the criminal background checks that they run through the FBI.
Okay.
So that's part of the interstate compact is all the compacts that we've passed in Nebraska have the FBI fingerprinting.
So yeah, I got one from the DHHS and I got one from the Nebraska State Patrol saying expenditures for the first year will be $692,000. And expenditures for 24-25 will be $381,000.
Okay, show me where you're at here.
Page 4 of the revised. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Thanks. Or maybe you can answer them later. It's not big
No,
deal.
I'm not seeing what you're seeing. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm seeing it, Senator Blood, on the last page of the revised.
On closing, you can always address
I
on
don't
closing
think
too.
I've been given a revised one on 561
Okay.
because my revision says 0. What's your revision say in the right-hand corner?
Okay, that's right. Me on closing, you can address it too. It's not a
Okay.
big deal. So,
Yeah, I'd like to look at that wall.
but mine can be wrong too, but I'll just, we'll verify with you.
But
just
the
make sure.
cost of the interstate compacts are the same, no matter whether it's cosmetology, whether it's psychologists, whether it's doctors, and it's never been a burden for DHHS ever. So,
Sure. Okay.
all right,
Any other questions? Just make sure. Not seeing any. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, we'll take our first testifier in support of LB 561.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Howard. It's Greg and Howard. And I'm excited to be able to testify in favor of LB 561. Just a little background. I've lived in this world of cosmetology and hairstyling education for about 40 years. I'm a graduate of cosmetology program at College of Hair Design. I'm currently the owner of the College of Hair Design. We have an enrollment of about 60 plus cosmetology students. And we also teach over 20 aesthetic students that have a barber program in Lincoln, Nebraska. So little trivia. I first testified at a hearing like this about 40 years ago, because when I graduated from barber school, you had to get an apprentice license, and then you had to later take a second test to become a fully licensed barber. So I was in favor of eliminating that apprenticeship element of it too. So, but my dad was a barber in the Navy in the 1950s. He later opened several barber shops and later opened a Lincoln Barber College, which has grown into what is now called College of Hair Design. And we have 2 locations. And but I'm speaking to this in favor of it because over the last 20 some years, I've attended a lot of national conventions. I've been on a state relations committee on a national level regarding how to help people in our industry move from state to state. Reciprocity is currently the way a lot of people move around, but there are some hiccups in that and some difficulties in how that works. So this compact is really a good solution to this issue of license mobility that's never been available before. Today, I've been doing some homework for the past couple of weeks when I became aware of this bill from Carol Blood's office, and I actually called at the Lexington office of the Council of State Governments today to just check on, so I made sure I really understood and I really wanted to step forward and be an endorser of this. And I really have to say that this is an amazing step forward. Their website's tremendously helpful. I think you received a handout, looks like this, and it has kind of a little map of how it will work, how the person gets they have to have a license in their home state, and then they apply for the multi-state licensure then they can have, say, 2 or 3 licenses and only pay 1 fee. So there's a number of benefits. I have my handout says 4 talking points. I actually have 5. First of all, number 1, this will be an affirmation of their commitment to licensure in cosmetology. Number 2, the main benefit is it will reduce the burden of licensees often have when holding licenses in multiple states. So simplifies that fee process, renewal process. My wife is from California. she had to move from there to Nebraska at one point and had to like go through the details of reciprocity. And so I'm familiar with that just in her experience. Number three and four of my handout has to do with really the fact that Nebraska still retains its sovereignty over the license and the regulations. So we're not losing anything in moving forward to this. There's no dilution of who we are as a licensed cosmetologist. And this is simply a focus in this bill to cosmetology. It is not going to affect other trades in the beauty spa industry. Lastly, number 5, there is some benefits to military families who are highly mobile in designating a home state and just some simplification of their licensure. But overall, I just want to say, I work with students and graduates. I get phone calls at least several times a month, maybe even some weeks more often, from graduates or people from other states wishing to move to Nebraska. And the process of moving from state to state is confusing. It depends on the state. Nebraska is fortunate that their offices are manned really well. The Barber Board, the Cosmetology Board are both really good organizations, and they are pretty helpful with helping people move from state to state. But anyway, I just want to say that this will really be a tremendous step forward. There's never been a solution like this ever before me, and I think this is a tremendous bill, and I really do thank Senator Blood and her staff for putting this together.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one question. I probably could have asked it of Senator Blood.
Yes.
What are the hours that are required of cosmetologists currently in the state of Nebraska versus what's required of the compact?
The compact doesn't state a minimum.
Okay.
Okay, like Nebraska's 1,800 hours, for example. Iowa is currently 2,100. Kansas is 1,500. So, and then the way Nebraska the way their reciprocity is currently, if you've held a license in another state, they'll give you credit for the time you've held that license to bring your hours up to our 1,800, say. Like for instance, California just lowered theirs to 1,000. So if you come from there, as long as you've worked for a year or so, it's not really a problem to move your license here.
Okay.
So,
okay. So it's not, okay, just kind of curious. It's like a compact, but it's not, it's just
well, it creates, this is what I actually wanted to mention. I did call Matt Schaefer in Kentucky today because I had some questions about it. And so it creates kind of basically a way where people can get their license without having to gather like a diploma from their school that they attended before or transcripts from that school they went to way back 20 years ago. Or there's a lot of states that have really weird rules. And there's a few states that it's just really a hindrance to try to move around. And so
it's almost like this just simplifies reciprocity.
it really does.
Okay.
It's a tremendous step forward. It's like I said, I've been on this state council of like state relations meetings that very much a problem. Because like in Nebraska, for instance, I just talked to the rep from Sports Clips, and she has people that want to move from Council Bluffs to Omaha and work for Sports Clips. And to get that license, if they can just, if this was all in place and we get everything going the way this is planned to work out, it just makes it quicker and simpler and it's more seamless.
Yeah. Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, you're very welcome.
We'll take our next testifier in support of LB 561. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in support? Okay, is there anybody wishing to testify in opposition to LB 561? If you're ready, you can just come on up here.
Hello again. Yesterday was Groundhog's Day, but I feel like I'm here again, just like in the movie. So my name is Linda Pohop, Linda Pochop, and I am in opposition of LB 561. This bill is being presented as something for military spouses, but in reality, it is an allowance for all licensed individuals in the states in this compact to freely enter licensure in our state. During the 2018 LB 343 transition, accommodations were made to our reciprocity application with special allowances for military spouses. So what I provided you for in that documentation is the allowance that was made already. And so we kind of already asked, answered, and took care of that in 2018 for the military spouses. It's something that we were for. It makes the transition for them, it's actually relatively easy for them to become licensed in the state of Nebraska if they are a military spouse. So what we're really looking at here is in that reciprocity thing with those 100 hours that they get in order, if they're coming from the 1,500 hour state, it's 3 months that they worked full-time in a shop and they're going to be already allowed to have their license. So this is not them going back to school and getting more debt and anything along that line for them to become licensed already in our state. My fear is that what it's going to do is open us up to special interest groups like the Platt Institute, who, when we went up against them in 2018, were trying to drop our hours to 15. And so with most of the states in that compact being at 1,500 hours, I see that that would be the next step that's going to come, is that they're going to come back after the number of hours that we have and try to reduce it to the 1,500 or the 1,000 that California just dropped to. And so for us, I guess, like what my question was is, how many people is the state being asked for reciprocity from, specifically from military families? Because while we do get calls, there's probably about 1 or 2 people a year, sometimes maybe 3, that have to come back to school. And it's because they did not complete any hours in an actual salon after they got their license. So they got their license and moved, but they didn't actually go to work in the salon there. Because if they had, the state would already recognize that they got those extra hours and give them their license. So it's not something that is really stopping somebody from becoming licensed. But I think it is a gateway for them to ask to reduce our numbers again. And so that's kind of like, because it's not just for the military people and the way that this bill is written. It actually would be for anybody that's in those states. So I know the other thing that when we're looking at this and when we're trying to have an understanding is there's a big difference between what our scope of practice is under our license at 1,800 hours than somebody who has 1,000 hours of training. And so when they move into our state, that license would allow them to do the work that we do at our 1,800 hours of training, when they may not have gotten actual education for it at the 1,000 hours, specifically in skincare, waxing, because our scope of practice in Nebraska, we can do everything. And in other states, it's very much, they don't do skincare practices. They don't get to learn that under their cosmetology license in some of those states. How do I know that? Because I've seen their transcripts when they have transferred. And the thing that I have to do as a director of education is put them through those classes to make their license the same as what my license is. Because they're going to go work on the public with the allowance to do any of those services. And it's something they may not have had any training on, but because we're going to go ahead and let them have their license without that stipulation in there, there's, apples and oranges sometimes. Any
Okay.
questions for me?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Oh, seeing none. All right, thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in opposition to LB 561? Welcome.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. My name is Stephanie Moss, Stephanie, last name Moss, Moss. And I am opposed to LB 561. Little introduction, same as yesterday, but some new faces here. I have been a licensed cosmetologist for the last 20 years, and I also own Stephanie Moss Salon in West Omaha and the owner of Zinon Academy Beauty School. We have a campus here in Omaha and also in Grand Island. I do have some concerns and questions about this bill. A lot of things is what Ms. Pohop had just addressed here, but the first being the difference between the hours between the states to be licensed. Like she said, Nebraska is an 1,800 clock hour state, while most of the others are significantly lower on this. Do we know what each of the state's curriculums look like? Are they similar, what they're taught and able to do when they leave school? As a salon owner for myself, on the other side of it, that would be a concern for me to employ these staff and what I'd need to get them caught up on and their education and just their knowledge on how to deal with the general public. As a cosmetologist in the state of Nebraska is licensed to work with hair, skin, and nails. According to page 8, line 14 through 15, the licensee practicing in a member state is subject to all scope of practicing law governing cosmetology services in that state. That would be concerning to myself for the safety of others if not all states taught this in their curriculum, as some states allow for their estheticians to perform more aggressive treatments than our state. I do see and believe Virginia is actually one of the states in this compact, and they actually do not certify for aesthetics in their state. There's a master's program that one can go through. Us as being licensed estheticians underneath our cosmetology license would most likely be able to walk into that state and perform some of these services that they can do in a master's program, which are prohibited in our state, such as lasers and some more aggressive treatments. So that would be concerning to myself because our students coming out of our school would have absolutely no training in any of those devices. I have attached Nebraska's scope of practice there for you guys as well. I've also attached every state in the required hours of completion. California is on here for 1,000 hours, and as a salon owner, I can tell you there's a lot one can learn in an 800-hour time frame. This bill is written, again, to help support our military spouses, and I'm all in favor for it. Nebraska, as has already been discussed here today, has a great reciprocity program for our military families, allowing them to work under their temp license if there's hours that need to be made up. My last thought for the day is how important it is to keep our Nebraskans in Nebraska. This would give students the opportunity to seek their education elsewhere for maybe some less clock hours and then come back into their home state and work. As a small business owner myself, I don't see how this would protect myself or any of the other small business owners that are out there. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Day.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Musk. I have visited your salon many times, so it's nice to officially meet you in person. Do you, by chance, know the other states that are in this compact?
So from the ones that I did get a list of, I have them on my phone. Hold on, let me see if I have it highlighted here. That was one question from the things that I have. I was told it was Alabama, California. And one of my questions was, how did we pick them? One.
Yeah.
Alabama, California, Iowa,
okay,
Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Minnesota, Nebraska, North Carolina, Tennessee, I do believe Virginia is our last one, and Virginia.
Tennessee and Virginia. Okay, thank you. I was just wondering so I could kind of look over
Nope.
the hours and.
It did not scan. I did highlight it, sorry.
Do you know, so I know that in Nebraska, continuing education hours are required.
Correct.
If Nebraska were to join this compact and someone were to move from out of state, would they then be required to follow through with those continuing education hours, or?
That's a great question.
Okay.
Yep. And I think that's just, there's a lot of, as to, could this be a simpler form of reciprocity issue? Sure, it could. I just think as a school owner and a business owner, there's a lot of kinks that would need to be definitely worked out and looked at. And one of them for myself is I would hate to see our hours drop down. It's a lot to cram in 1,800 hours alone. And then to try to do it in even less, it's just the time gets cut from them working on the floor and the general public and practicing that under the supervision of a licensed professional. And that's not the best thing.
Concern.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify in opposition to LB 561? All right, seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to testify in a neutral capacity to LB 561? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hanson and members of the HHS committee. My name is Laura Ebke. That's Laura-Ebke, and I'm the senior fellow at the Platt Institute, which is a free market think tank here in Nebraska. We're going to try neutral testimony again today. In the last 5 or 6 years, one of the areas of focus for the Platt Institute has been reducing barriers to employment and encouraging workforce growth. We have worked to make it easier for people in our state and those who would like to come to our state to find work. Somewhere between 170 and 200 occupations are licensed in our state. Interstate compacts like the proposed Cosmetology compact have become very popular, and we have no inherent objection to licensing compacts. As I suggested in my testimony briefly to you yesterday on LB 280, it's important to remember, though, that while licensing compacts can help to normalize requirements across state borders and can simplify multi-state licensure for those who seek to work or move to another state while providing a central database for member states of the compact to report license status as well as license problems to other members of the compact, it also adds a compact level layer of added bureaucracy, which can have a significant amount of power, as you can see on pages 12 and forward on page 561. Understand that by entering a compact, Nebraska agrees that concerning this occupation, rules and regulations promulgated by the Compact Commission have the force of law in Nebraska, and you can see that on page 23. Compacts help guarantee movement between states that are in the compact. It appears that, along with the massage therapy compact bill, this is the first legislative session that the Cosmetology compact has been proposed anywhere. And so this compact doesn't go into effect until 7 states have enacted it. So no other states have enacted it yet that I know of. If they have, they did it really fast since their session started. Again, we take no position on compacts per se, as they can be a useful way to increase mobility among member states. Still, until multiple states have enacted, Nebraska would see little benefit in terms of adding to our workforce numbers, which is our priority. In case you missed it yesterday, I've handed out with my testimony a comparison between compacts and universal recognition. Both can be useful tools to increase mobility of workers. Compacts require both the originating state and the state the worker seeks to go to be part of the compact. I hope that you can see that compacts can be useful in attracting workers or sending workers away as part of the compact. Universal recognition can be used in addition to compacts to bring workers to our state by allowing the state to recognize licenses and experiences from non-compact states unilaterally. If you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them.
Any questions from the committee?
Yes.
So we already kind of have universal recognition to some extent, don't we, or not?
We have universal
broadly?
we have effectively universal recognition for some occupations. So LB 389 and LB 390, which y'all passed in 2021, did that for many licenses that are covered under the Uniform Credentialing Act. That was LB 390. That was Senator Merman's at the request of the governor. And then Senator Sanders had LB 389, which did much the same thing for military spouses that were educators. But what a universal recognition scheme would do is expand it to other occupations. And we'll be hearing that bill next week in another committee.
Okay, all right. And just for clarification, we then have the ability to get out of the compact, don't we?
You can get out of the compact, sure. Once you've signed that contract, it becomes a little bit more complicated. And the other thing you have to remember with the compact is you have to send somebody to be part of the commission. And it's the commission is made up of members from each of the member states. So
Somebody from the field or the
probably from either the board or, depending on how the different compacts work differently, but it's either usually from the board, for instance, Cosmetology, or else from HHS.
Okay, and that would be the state would incur that cost then, right?
Yeah, I think so. As far as sending them to me.
Yeah, seeing if this one knows about that. I'm just kind of curious. Okay, all right. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in neutral capacity? All right, seeing none, we welcome Senator Blood back to close. And with that, we did have some letters. We had 4 letters in support of LB 561 and 1 letter as neutral.
My only regret is that I left my pen at this table, so I couldn't take notes of everything that was said, but there was a lot of misinformation. I'm really happy to unpack that. So let's, the unfortunate part about when people get involved with policy is that they don't always see the actual bill, or they see a draft online. This is a brand new compact. There are no states that belong to this interstate compact. There are 4 states, Nebraska being one of them, that picked up this compact, which was not available until about a week before we went into session, by the way. As was the teachers compact and whatever the 3rd compact was I'm doing this year. So first I want to clarify that that's misinformation. Now, this odd comment about how they can come in and do whatever they want because they did it in their state, now they're going to try and do it in Nebraska. As we know, it's set in state statute in all interstate compacts what you can and cannot do. If you look at page 8 of our actual bill, LB 561, and you look at line 14, a licensee practicing in a member state is subject to all scope of practice laws governing cosmetology services in that state. So if they used a laser in Kentucky, they can't use a laser here unless our licensure says they can do that, which was the example I believe that was used. So, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
So that guardrail is put into every single compact. The people that put these compacts together are lawyers and professionals, national professionals on these topics. Each compact takes approximately 2 years to put together. It's not put together willy-nilly. And to think that it's some kind of ploy to lower hours, these people work really hard. This is set in stone. You've not seen that with any of the other medical fields. Interstate compacts have been around for decades. From roads to government. Now the medical professions are doing so, and thank goodness they were doing so before the pandemic, because that was very beneficial, especially for our traveling nurses, to have the mobility that they had. I represent Bellevue and southeastern Papillion. The vast majority of my constituents have had some connection with the military. And to say that reciprocity is the way to go, well, maybe for some of them, but this is what I heard, and why I was so happy to finally see a cosmetology one, is that they find it burdensome to have to find certificates and things that they have to prove who they are and what they did in other states in order for them to practice in our state. The people on our end that are supporting reciprocity and not compacts are saying, oh, it's really easy. They have to do this, this, and this. If they have the hours, they don't have the hours, we'll figure it out. With an interstate compact, you utilize your home state license. And if you go to another state that is part of that compact, the guidelines are set in place of what you can and cannot do, and you can get to work. That's why we always talk about, every single time we talk about interstate compacts, and they aren't just for military spouses, they're right. They're for people that tend to be transient. If your husband is in construction and travels all over the United States, which we see more and more of, we see a lot of people in the trades that come with their trailers and camp out for a year and work on our highways or work on a building in Omaha. And then the wife has to again change their career. And if it's a licensure career, they appreciate having an interstate compact, especially in the medical field. This cosmetology compact, since the very first one that I brought forward 6 years ago, is the one that I get asked to do the most. And reciprocity is a burden for some of them, whether we believe that or not. If you're buying a house and getting new doctors and trying to find a new church and trying to find your way around town, here's one more burden we're going to create for you in order to get your license in our state. And by the way, on the fiscal note, we never got a copy of that. And it's so blatantly wrong, it's almost silly. It's saying there are currently 6,805 licensed cosmetologists in the state. That has nothing to do with the interstate compact. We don't change how we license people in Nebraska. The only people that will utilize this background check for the interstate compact are the people that come over on the interstate compact. And if you look, and I don't know if you ever saw the original fiscal note, but if you look at all of the fiscal notes that we've had over the years on the interstate compacts, basically the criminal background check with fingerprinting is like $45. So to see this fiscal note, now you know why I didn't know what the heck you're talking about. That's ludicrous. They've got their math wrong. 6,000 people, I mean, it'd be kind of awesome if we get 6,000 people to come and work in Nebraska right now, but that's not reality. Likely, I'm going to be able to count on both hands maybe the first year. But that's 10 more people that we've gotten to Nebraska. And you heard former Senator Epke talk about it a little bit yesterday. We can't have one tool in the toolbox. We need multiple tools in the toolbox. You know, if you're okay with people going through extra hoops for reciprocity, so be it. But I'm telling you, having served the area where the military is most concentrated in Nebraska, I have been begged for this interstate compact more so than any other one outside of our psychologist one. And not one thing that was said today is correct. And I don't mean to be rude to these people, but I'm telling you that the hours aren't going to be lowered. That's not how compacts work, unless all the states that belong to the compact agree to it, by the way. Nebraska might decide to do that, and that's fine. But when it comes to the compact stays the same. There's no ploy. It's just like the compact yesterday where they thought that the ploy was to create sweatshops so we could bring people in that were illegal immigrants to do massages. That's also the problem with these smaller communities in certain demographics is they talk amongst themselves, and well, they should, which is great. I love that they have a sense of community, but it doesn't make it what they're sharing correct. Interstate compacts never change. The template never changes. It's not one person that creates the template. It's a group of attorneys, a group of professionals, and it's done under the guidance of the Council of State Governments. This compact is brand new. There are no other states that belong to this compact. And by the way, there is a website that I wrote down. I believe it's csgcompacts.org. I'm not sure what page I wrote it. It's cosmetologycompact.org, csgcosmetologycompact.org. And it'll show you the 4 states that are in motion right now to considering the compacts. Once there's 7, it will be approved. And then more and more states will come on. And as I said yesterday, I think there's 41 states that participate in interstate compacts. Most have more than one. And almost all of them are in motion for all the other compacts that they don't have. Sorry, I just, lots of misinformation today. And it says right in your compact what they can and can't do. So to bring up scope of practice when it clearly says that doesn't change our scope of practice is a misnomer.
See if there's any questions in the committee. Yes, Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen, and thank you, Senator Blood. So, I mean, from my perspective, just listening to testimony, and from my personal experience with people who do work in this industry, I don't fault people for wanting to protect the professionalism
Absolutely.
of the industry that they work in. And as I understand it, Nebraska has very high standards when it comes to the education of both cosmetologists and estheticians. And the concern is that the majority of other states in the United States have lower hour requirements, number one. And then also, I think the concern is that, you know, different schools teach different things, different methodologies. And so I understand what you're saying within the bill, but I'm not sure that it articulates exactly how someone coming from another state who is, I think that the example that was used of lasers is not trained in lasers were to come to our state.
But they cannot use lasers because that would be outside our scope of practice, if they're not qualified to do that.
No, hey, please, we'll just keep quiet on this. Thank you.
Okay, and so then the other question so the compact has to agree on the hours. Is
the group that puts together the initial compact are the ones that decide on the hours, and they bring people from all over the United States from the industry. And I don't know if indeed in this case, if anybody from Nebraska participated. The only one I'm for sure of was for the teachers compact this year because I recruited somebody for that compact. Okay. But if you go to the website, it'll tell you everybody who participated. They list all participants in the process. So there's attorneys, there's industry people, and it's always people that are boots on the ground people. It's not big companies or politicians, or it's experts. And the attorneys are usually the same because this is a very unique thing that you have to understand, because if you screw up the scope of practice, if you screw up how your home state license will work in another state, then the compact doesn't work, and they don't want that to happen. So they're very cautious about how they put these together. So I do understand them trying to protect their business, but again, it's very clear that when it comes to scope of practice, that if there's something that's not allowed in this state, but it's allowed in their home state, they cannot practice it in our state. So say that, you know, estheticians aren't included in this. It's cosmetology. And they're actually looking to do an interstate compact for that now too, is my understanding. I lost my train of thought. So it's not meant to do anything but allow somebody the ability to come into our state. They talked about reciprocity as being the option that they like, and how if they didn't have the hours that they'd figure it out and maybe work on it, and they'd choose to maybe utilize experience. And I think it's kind of cherry picking, because here's somebody that's qualified with a state license who's coming to practice in Nebraska. If they want to practice something that's not in our scope of work in our license, they can't do it. But they can cut hair, and they can color hair, and they can do the things that they need to do to at least get their foot in the door.
okay, I guess I'm not quite grasping the difference between reciprocity and a compact.
I would say the simplest thing is that with the interstate compact, you have a home state license that you can utilize, and you're allowed to travel between any other states that belong in a compact and practice whatever that compact is that you have the license for. If you get your license in Nebraska and you never want to leave Nebraska, you don't have to join. You have the option to join the compact. Nobody's forced to join the compact. It's an option. But if you're a military spouse, you get your hours in Nebraska, you can make it your home state license, you'll be allowed to to all the other states where, with your spouse, and practice in those compact states.
So
With
what's-
reciprocity, you have to create paperwork. You have
Is there
to
not
verify
paperwork with
things.
a compact?
You don't have to verify, like, you don't have to show your, you don't have to verify all the stuff that they ask for in reciprocity. Reciprocity, you have to bring documents and you have to bring proof. You already have your home license in the interstate compact. You're already in the database, so we know that you're already qualified. So you don't need the documents.
Okay.
And that's the other difference between reciprocity and the interstate compact is all interstate compacts have that database that protect consumers and protect the people who hired these people. And so if you're in ne'er-do-well and you've done something bad in another state, which was what we hear lots of times in opposition with compacts, we're going to know that. So we're going to prevent a lot of people from being hurt that
Sure.
you really can't track easily otherwise.
Okay. Sometimes I think there's a lot of confusion with the reciprocity and the compacts. And
I agree.
so I don't fault people again who don't sit here in front of these bills all day, not understanding all of the details of the ins and outs of bills and again, wanting to protect their businesses. So
Fair enough. It'd be great if they contact our office because we would have been more than happy to have met with them and walked them through it and helped them with it too. And that wasn't done.
Okay, thank you.
I just got a question. I think this is maybe what they were leading to is I'm just looking at some of the opinions of what's in the scope of practice for cosmetologists, and they have something on here called microcurrent. And so right now it's currently in Nebraska within the scope of cosmetology practice. I think maybe the example they're using, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong or right. I'm just not sure. So say somebody comes from California where they are not trained in microcurrent because it's not within their scope of practice in California. And then they come to Nebraska where now it is in their scope of practice. They are now allowed to do that.
No, they're still not qualified to do that, not for something like that. So that would only be if indeed they were qualified to do that. They can't do something like that without proper training. I mean, you can't just pick it up and start doing it.
Could they legally do it?
No. You mean legally if they were trained to?
I think they probably could if they wanted to.
No, I think on that they can. But I can find out for you and I'll verify.
I'd be curious, because out of curiosity, if I'm thinking if it's in their scope, they're able to do it. You would hope they have training to do it.
Right,
I mean,
if it's within our scope
yeah,
and they are trained to do it.
okay. All right. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank you. I
Thank
can
you very
sincerely tell you that out of all of our compacts, and Senator Riepe's been in on multiple compacts, that these last two have probably had more opposition than all of them combined. But I will point out, there's not been any glitches with any of these compacts that we've voted in and that we've become a part of. So just want to point that out.
All right, all right.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, that'll close our hearing for LB 561. And we are going to take a pretty quick 10-minute break here before we get to the next one. Need a walk. No, we call that saddle paresthesia. Saddle paresthesia. Yeah. Yes, that could be it. No, just call that a bad diet. All right, welcome back after that short break. And so we will now get ready to open on LB 572 and welcome Senator Riepe to open. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson, and good afternoon, and to members of the committee. My name is Merv Riepe. It's MERVRIEPE. I represent District 12, which consists of Omaha's southwest corner and also the city of Ralston. Today, I am introducing LB 572, a bill to update the Medical Nutrition Therapy Practice Act. My interest in this legislation comes in part from my long career in healthcare delivery. I started that career as a Navy corpsman. Following my service, I trained as a respiratory therapist, so I've had some experience at bedside healthcare and the importance of it. I share that to reflect my commitment to providers of direct care as individuals qualified in a given discipline such as nutritional assessment and management. Such management is especially significant in serious medical conditions. I have introduced this bill at the request of the Nebraska Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics to update the Medical Nutrition Therapy Practice Act and to rename the professional license to conform with how these professionals are known and titled throughout the rest of the nation. The current statutes have been in place since 1995. Obviously, they're dated. The Nebraska Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics brought this proposal to the Department of Health and Human Services and completed the 407 review process. We've received unanimous approval from the 407 Technical Review Committee, received approval by the Board of Health, and have received approval by the Public Health Director. The bill does three important things. One, it updates the license title to conform with other states, reducing confusion for patients and third-party payers. Two, it modernizes the scope of practice to better reflect the way medical nutrition therapy is now being delivered. Medical nutrition therapy is currently practiced in consultation with a physician. The bill would also allow for practice in consultation with physician's assistants and nurse practitioners for expanded access to care. And this was in agreement and support with practicing physicians. The bill provides a new alternative pathway to licensure for purposes or for providers who are non-registered dietitians who meet certain educational and supervisory practice requirements. You may recall Chairman Hanson introduced a similar bill last year, LB 1249. Since that time, stakeholders have worked to improve the bill to sharpen the definition of medical nutrition therapy and have worked with opponents to expand the list of exclusions. Those activities not regulated by this Practice Act and for which no license is required. This bill is not intended to impact those who are providing general nutrition recommendations, health coaching, wellness education, or other nutritional care services that do not constitute medical nutrition therapy. Further, the bill is not intended to require assisted living facilities or nursing facilities to provide medical nutrition therapy or hire or consult with medical nutrition therapists beyond requirements of the federal law. And we have added language in the very last section to expressly state just that. Today, I am offering an amendment, AM 245, at the request of an opponent of last year's bill, which was a non-licensed nutrition therapy practitioner. The amendment would add further clarification to the exemptions, adding the word individualized, stating that no license is required to provide individualized nutrition information and to perform individualized general nutrition care services. We are pleased we could reach agreement with this group of nutrition therapy practitioners who we do not wish to be negatively impacted by this bill. The bill has been thoroughly vetted through the 407 process and work of stakeholders following last year's hearing. LB 7572 is ready to be passed into law to ensure our statutes reflect current practices. Thank you for your consideration, and following me will be, I think, 4 experts in the field, and they will try to address some of the specific questions that some of you may have. Given that, I will obviously take questions that you might have of me.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Nope, seeing none.
Thank you.
See it closing. Yep, thank you. And with that, we'll take our first testifier in support of LB 572. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kelly Satter, Kelly Satter. This is my son, David Satter Jr. We live in the Clinton neighborhood here in Lincoln. As you can see firsthand, DJ is very medically complex. He was not expected to live to his first birthday. However, we just celebrated his 5th birthday this past November. DJ struggled with eating from day one, starting with his NICU stay at Children's Hospital and Medical Center in Omaha. Not only did he have a double cleft palate, but also a recessed chin that required surgery when he was just 4 days old. Eventually, genetic testing determined that he has a rare disorder that causes his body to process proteins and sugars at a unique rate. At that time, he was also diagnosed failure to thrive and struggled to gain weight. He was unable to hold his food down, and working with a dietitian enabled us to adjust his nutrients and help him grow and gain weight. A dietitian working with us also taught us about a medical ketogenic diet, which can benefit people with seizures, another daily struggle for DJ. I spent months giving my son rescue breaths during these epileptic episodes. If I didn't have the help of a dietitian during this time, his seizures would be out of control, and I fear he wouldn't be with us here today. Since starting the ketogenic diet in the spring of 2019, his seizures have improved. His acid reflux has also improved, and he has been able to grow and gain weight. His growth is something we monitor closely, and a dietitian helps us adjust his diet based on changes in height, weight, and nutrition-related labs. For a short time in his life, DJ was able to participate in feeding therapy. At that time, I made all his food from scratch at a very specific ketogenic ratio based on recipes his dietitian provided to us. Due to his Mexico complexity, he now receives nutrition and hydration through a feeding tube. Dietitians play a crucial role in his ongoing nutrition needs. In my heart and soul, I am truly grateful for every dietitian that has crossed our path. There's no doubt in my mind that my son is still here and doing as well as he is because of their education, experience, and kindness of being on his team. The data doesn't lie. Thank you for your time and letting me share a small bit of our testimony and how dietitians have helped save my son's life. Please advance LB 572 so parents like me are better able to work with dietitians for the health and safety of our kids. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have. There's a lot of more professional people coming up right behind me that can get more specific too. Thank you.
Well, we had a whole list of very complex questions to ask specifically. So it might hold
Try
up
me.
on it. When was David's birthday? November. My daughter's birthday is November too.
Oh, his is the 9th.
Okay. My daughter's the 15th. And she
Oh,
just turned
mine's the
6.
17th. Oh, 6, nice.
Yep.
Very
Okay, any questions, committee? Yes, Senator Day.
I don't have a question. I just wanted, have you ever testified before
No.
in a hearing? Okay, you did
You can tell my
fantastic.
voice.
No, I just, you did a wonderful job. I know how difficult it can be to get here, especially with little ones. So I appreciate you and DJ being here today, and congrats on 5 years. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
We'll take our next testifier in support. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Ritter-Gooder, PAULA-RITTER-GOODER. I'm a licensed medical nutrition therapist with a PhD in nutrition, and I practice in skilled and long-term care facilities. I'm here on behalf of the Nebraska Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics to ask for your support for this bill as it modernizes, it updates our current scope of practice and our Practice Act currently in effect, which was passed, like Senator Riepe said, in 1995, about 25 years ago. It's been largely unchanged since then, and we have about 727 individuals licensed in Nebraska that practice under this bill right now, under the current bill, under the current statute. You know, as was said earlier, the bill was unanimously approved through the 407 process in 2021. Four key reasons for updating our bill: title change, changing our title to licensed dietitian nutritionist, LDN, aligns with other state titles. It removes confusion insurance companies have experienced in resulting in some Nebraskas being denied coverage because our current title that we have is we are the only state that uses that title, LMNT. To describe our scope of practice was another reason for updating the bill, including that endorsed by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services in 2014-2017. For example, therapeutic diet order writing. That helps to cut the red tape if done under physician-approved protocols or delegation so that the resident, the individual, the patient receives timely, efficient, and cost-effective nutrition care. It reflects changes, thirdly, reflects changes in providing medical nutrition therapy with current practice informed by research. The nutrition care process is a national framework for providing medical nutrition therapy. We use consistent terminology in the health record to enhance communication and coordination of care between one setting to the other setting that the patient travels in. To increase access to medical nutrition therapy, like Senator Riepe pointed out, we've added the nurse practitioner and the physician assistant to the list of the medical doctor who we consult and confer with when providing medical nutrition therapy. So that creates better workflow efficiencies for Nebraskans and for the profession. Finally, medical nutrition therapy is not used for disease. Medical nutrition therapy is used for medical diseases and conditions. It is not defined as therapy for nutrition, health, and wellness promotion. This bill will not affect individuals providing general nutrition information, nor does it prevent the guidance or sale of food products or supplements to meet general nutrition needs. Thank you. Please support the bill.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Day.
Thank you, Chair Hansen, and thank you, Ms. Ritter-Gooder, for being here today. So I think you outlined a few of the differences between last year's bill and this year's bill. Are there any other significant differences from last year to this year? Because I do remember the hearing that we had on this last year.
Yes, just to quickly go through that. We removed the title protection. We removed the credential nutrition nutritional therapy practitioner from the title protection section, because we have those individuals that are practicing within their current scope of practice in Nebraska. We, as Senator Riepe alluded to, we included the language that the Nebraska Healthcare Association requested, basically saying that a licensed individual supervising medical nutrition therapy in healthcare facilities could be a full-time, part-time, or consulting basis, and nothing in the act requires medical nutrition therapy to be provided in that healthcare setting, assisted living, skilled nursing, unless afforded by law, required by law. And nothing requires those entities to employ or consult the licensed medical nutrition therapist.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I do have another question.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned this not affecting people who provide general nutrition information. One thing I specifically remember as a former CrossFit gym owner is I remember some people from the CrossFit community coming in and talking about their opposition to this bill. Can you help me understand the difference between this and what they do and what triggers the need for a license?
Okay. Basically, the bottom line is health condition, medical condition, or health condition requires nutrition for a medical condition, medical disease, requires a licensed individual to provide that.
Okay.
The CrossFit, for example, on their website that I accessed in December of last year and January of this year, specifically says in the scope of practice that they do not treat, they do not diagnose or treat medical conditions.
Okay. So so yours is specific to treating medical conditions.
Correct. And in addition to that, realize that we do have the exemption that we had last year that opens, that specify, okay, we specify what is general non-medical nutrition. Secondly, we, in the exemption section, specify what individuals practice within that scope. For example, health coaches, wellness coaches. And then thirdly, we actually get into the weeds and say that an individual that is not licensed can provide a general program of medical weight control for pre-diabetes and obesity if that program meets the qualifications. That goes on to say it's been approved by a licensed individual, a healthcare protection. So that would be like a health coach being the guide by the side of an individual who has medical nutrition therapy and had it prescribed to them, and the health coach is assisting that individual to implement that medical nutrition therapy prescription, but not directing it or prescribing it.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Senator Day.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We'll take our next testifier in support of LB 572. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you guys can hear me here. Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Carrie Nielsen, spelled Carrienielsen, and I am testifying in support of LB 572 as the president of the Nebraska Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. And I represent licensed medical nutrition therapists across the state of Nebraska. First, we'd like to thank Senator Merv Riepe for introducing this bill and recognizing the importance of health and well-being for Nebraskans. LB 572 will update the scope of practice for practitioners of medical nutrition therapy to better align with the current realities of the provision of nutrition care in hospitals, healthcare facilities, private clinics, and even retail establishments that currently provide patients and customers with the services of a licensed medical nutrition therapist. I'm a registered dietitian working as a licensed medical nutrition therapist serving pediatric patients in Omaha. I provide direct patient care to families requiring assistance with the management of chronic health conditions, such as celiac disease, where the prescription to treat is simply a gluten-free diet. Individualized education is key for the success of these particular patients. My employer, Boys Town National Research Hospital, understands the necessity of providing nutrition education and interventions as part of interdisciplinary teams for patients throughout our health system. Without the collaboration of dietitians and physicians, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants, patient outcomes would look much different than they do for our patients, especially the most medically complex. Much of my work is with our expanding pediatric neurosciences department at Boys Town, where we manage nutrition through a variety of personalized methods. These include the medical ketogenic diets for seizure management, and as well as enteral nutrition, also known as tube feedings, for patients unable to meet nutrition needs through a regular diet. In addition to the testimony that you will hear and have heard today, I want to highlight the letters of support from many of our members who are practicing licensed medical nutrition therapists who support this bill as vital to their work and protective of patient safety. Letters came from those serving geriatric patients, individuals with eating disorders, cancer patients undergoing radiation and chemotherapy, needing help managing side effects impacting oral intakes, and more. Additionally, I would like to call your attention to the letters of support from our national organization, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, who has helped us and our corollary organizations in other states to update their scopes of practice. I would like to distribute a couple key letters, which is probably what she's distributed there, including a letter in support from the Nebraska Medical Association, who we worked with closely throughout the 407 review and bill drafting process. So on behalf of our 476 members at the Nebraska Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, we respectfully request your support and advancement of LB 572, and thank you for your time and attention. I can answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none,
All right,
thank you.
thank you very much.
We'll take our next testifier in support.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Dr. Anna Charnick, MD, spelled A-N-N-A, last name T as in Tom, R-A-U-E-R-N-I-C-H, T as in Tom. I maintain board certifications in pediatrics as well as pediatric gastroenterology, hepatology, and nutrition. I'm currently a pediatric gastroenterologist at Boys Town National Research Hospital in Omaha, Nebraska. I work in both the hospital and medical clinics, performing inpatient and outpatient consultations and management. Prior to my current role, I was previously the director of Pediatric Enteral Nutrition Services, also known as the PENS Clinic, at Children's Hospital and Medical Center in Omaha. I'm providing testimony in support of the Nebraska Hospital Association, and I'm providing testimony in support of LB 572. In pediatric gastroenterology, the spectrum of patients receiving nutritional services is vast. I work directly with medical nutritional therapists daily. It's essential that dietitians are prepared through education, experience, and licensure to be critical parts of medical team for patients. Utilization of medical nutritional therapy is not limited to gastroenterology, but it's rather utilized in all fields of medicine to optimize patient outcomes. This bill helps to update the scope of practice for medical nutritional therapists to better serve the patients. Pediatric gastroenterology is ever evolving. The internet has granted easy access to nutrition information, some of which is good and others possibly bad. It's essential that nutrition information disseminated from my medical practice is consistent with research-based evidence. And it's the collaboration and collaborative work between medical providers and medical nutritional therapists that results in the research and education needed to answer current questions posed by our patients. Some patients are looking for guidance and recommendations for symptom management or promoting of positive health outcomes, maybe weight loss or possibly weight gain. Others are using nutrition in combination with medicines for disease management. So optimal nutrition and nutritional status helps promote rapid recovery from disease and injury. And some of my patients require nutrition as life-saving interventions due to surgeries, injuries, or unexpected changes to the gastrointestinal tract's ability to absorb nutrition. Medical nutrition therapists are required to utilize their expertise to help develop nutrition plans for all of these patients. Collaborations between dietitians and medical providers allow for the opportunity to generate clinical questions which lead to research and innovation. Some exciting recent innovations include the use of nutrition in the treatment of severe autoimmune conditions in the gastrointestinal tract, such as celiac disease and Crohn's disease, as well as neurologic conditions, the ketogenic diet for seizures. This bill will support the goal of medical nutritional therapy to be used for evidence-based practice for the optimization of treatment and management of medical diseases and conditions. Thank you for letting me testify today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify in support?
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Chair Hansen and members of the committee. My name is Chris Young, CHRIS, last name YOUNG, here in support of LB 572. And you've heard from my colleagues the details of what this represents. And so my contribution to this hearing really has to do with individual application of that in a long-term care setting. I serve as a nursing home administrator in Nebraska and have for several years in various communities, and most of that has been done in a rural setting. And so when Dr. Ritterger spoke of workforce and perhaps limitations, and we've heard that throughout the bill process and so on, that's impactful in this bill as well. And so we want to see if we can't make more opportunities for these providers to work in partnership with the primary care physicians or the mid-level practitioners and the like to provide that very important nutritional and medical help for our residents. So our residents, again, would have, some are very clinically complex, and oftentimes we find ourselves treating non-medical reasons with medical solutions, and we really need to introduce or further introduce the dietitian and nutritional portion of that. Part of our challenges, of course, is access to these professionals throughout the state. Some of us have the good fortune of working with a registered dietitian very closely and have the good fortune of their expertise in working in partnership with our other providers. Many of our communities don't have that same benefit. And so then in this example, perhaps if this were pushed forward, we would have other licensed professionals that could fill in that void, working with, again, the medical providers and the medical mid-level providers to continue to provide that service. Certainly, we've seen recently with the impact of COVID, with workforce difficulties, but even as you all know, long before COVID, we've had difficulty in rural areas providing medical coverage in a variety of areas. So that would be point number one. The other point that I have, again, would be just an option of an alternative for licensure to have this level of practitioner providing this service for, in my case, particularly for elders, and meeting their needs, particularly within the rural communities. And again, a licensure that will allow them to do so in partnership with our other providers. That was my goal for today, is to present that information to you. So I would take any questions.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? You did such a great job. None of us have any questions. So thank you.
Chairman.
Any other testifiers in support of LB 572? All right. Is there anybody wishing to testify in opposition to LB 572? Okay, seeing none, is there anybody wishing to testify in a neutral capacity to LB 572? Welcome.
Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jacob Carmichael. I can spell it out, but it's also on the
We just need to spell it out for transcript stuff. So
Okay.
if you could, please. Thank you.
JACOBCARMICHAEL. And I am here today to testify neutral on LB 572. I want to be clear up front. I struggled with anorexia for 3 years, and navigating medical information around actual medical information is incredibly important and unfortunately harder and harder in our age. I do think the purpose laid out in the statement of intent is worthwhile. Sorry if I'm talking fast. I had a lot of coffee this morning on accident. However, there's a glaring issue in this bill, naturopathic medicine.
I would urge the senators, any of you on this committee, to propose an amendment. On page 3, strike, I believe it's actually page 7, that's my bad, strike naturopathic medicine in lines 14 to 15. Naturopathic medicine is, by definition, alternative medicine. It is not based in any actual scientific study and is in no way equivalent to every other degree listed in that subsection. If you look at degrees offered in these fields by various institutions, accredited, respected universities include a variety, while specifically excluding this field. Many studies conducted by other countries and major American medical groups, including the American Medical Association and the American Cancer Society, have denounced naturopathic medicine and noted its detrimental effects towards patients. Cancer cannot be solved by a metaphysical life energy. Changing a diet won't solve rare diseases. These doctors have been sued all over the world for giving false solutions to real problems and actively causing their patients real harm. These fraudulent practitioners often rely on an unfortunate reality of the medical world. Doctors, especially specialists, Doctors, especially specialists, frequently don't have the best bedside manners. I can't blame doctors. They have an incredibly difficult job, and I can't imagine being in a field where I would frequently watch my patients die. However, it creates an unfortunate reality for both sides. Naturopaths will spend time and connect with their patients on an emotional level, drawing them in at some of their most vulnerable points where they are willing to try anything to solve an issue, typically saving their life for the life of a loved one. My mother received a heart transplant in 2012 at UNMC and is likely to be listed again soon at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. One of the main reasons that she and we have went to such lengths, both figuratively and quite literally, it's a 5.5-hour drive through mostly cornfields, is that she felt heavy frustration at the cardiac team treating her as just another statistic. We have luckily found a team that truly cares at one of the best hospitals in the world, but it was a hard process. Naturopaths smooth that process, make the patients feel cared for, and present their contradictory advice to patients as if it's on an equal level. I could have easily seen us courting natural medicine as I was a teenager and neither of my parents are scientists. But I can truly affirm that I would watch my mother wither and die before my eyes, and a charlatan of a naturopath would be responsible. I have additionally included 2 pictures of my mother and I before and after of her transplant on the next page of my testimony. She went from a maximum of 3 days left to live to decades. Her life and my family was saved by decades of studies in the slow, careful march of science. Medicine is science. Evidence is science. Naturopathy is not. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify in a neutral capacity?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jaylene Carpenter, JALENE-CARPENTER, and I'm the President and CEO of Nebraska Healthcare Association. On behalf of our 418 nonprofit and proprietary skilled nursing and assisted living community members, I am here to testify in the neutral capacity for LB 572. NHCA has worked cooperatively with the bill's proponents in this process beginning back in 2020 with the Board of Health's credentialing review process. We appreciate the work that has been done by the dietitians and their team to improve the health of Nebraskans, and we support the efforts to clarify their practice. Our members' only concern was that we ensure that their process of redefining their scope no way added any unnecessary requirements or costs for nursing facilities or assisted living providers. As mentioned, the food and nutrition operations at nursing and assisted living facilities are already regulated at the federal and state level. Our goal is to prevent any additional or conflicting requirements in the bill that could, at the very least, result in a misunderstanding or confusion for providers or regulators. Based on the current version of the bill and the expression of the intent of the changes by the bill's proponents, it appears to align with the Board of Health's direction to clarify their scope of practice without impacting the current operations of nursing facilities and assisted living providers. We appreciate greatly the proponents' collaborative approach and their efforts to address our members' concerns. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Well, not seeing any. Thank you. And anybody else wishing to testify in neutral capacity? That's chance. Okay, seeing none, we'll welcome Senator Riepe to close. And with that, I buried all of my stuff. Oh, right here. And with that, we did have some letters, 44 letters in support. We did have 10 letters in opposition and 1 letter in the neutral capacity. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. We will address, I think we have addressed the concerns of the nursing homes, and I respect the fact of testimony in a neutral fashion. I think that's clarified, so I will lay that up to the experts if it's not. On the young man that first spoke, we will take a look at that and see if that his concerns, if they're his concerns, they may be concerns of others in terms of that particular language. We want to be sensitive to that. The intent of this is to bring better health care to needed patients, patients that would be under the care of a physician or a nurse clinical nurse practitioner. It's not the intent to override that, and so we would be part of that team, if you will. Those are the 2 points I wanted to cover in closing.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any.
Thank you.
Very much.
Have a great weekend after a long week.
Thank you. I will close the hearing for LB 572, and I will close the hearing for today.
About 2 weeks. All wrapped in the film.
Next week, well, we only have 4 days next week, so that should be.